Hello again, everyone. Michael here with Felicity, November 8033 Fox, a Cessna flight training device that I built here at home. It is the 8th of July, 2023. I hope everyone is having a good weekend thus far and that you are safe and well wherever you may be around the world. I am really excited about today. It is the inaugural air show for the Virtual USA Flying Club. Hopefully it will be the first of many to come. And we're going to push our 172 Foxtrot to its limits today. Now, I'm not going to kind of tell you the maneuvers just yet, but we will be going inverted at a couple points in time. We are on the ground at Papa Bravo India, Papa India Alpha, Peoria, Illinois. And we're just going to make our short hop over to Galesburg, where the air show is actually going to take place. It's about 40 nautical miles direct, 37 or so it shouldn't take us too long to get there. We need to be on the ground by 2:45 Eastern, 18:45 Zulu, to actually be ready for our air show starting at 1900 Zulu or 3 p.m. Eastern. So let's quickly go ahead and take a look at our route, take a look at our weather, ensure that we're going to be able to make the flight safely under VFR conditions. I went ahead and plugged in our departure and destination into ForeFlight here. And let's just go ahead and brief this real quick. If we look at the bigger picture, we can kind of look at the surrounding area. Is currently VFR. That's what these green dots mean. So if we just kind of take a look around the area, we can see that we're VFR. But let's go ahead and do a full briefing on this flight. Even though it's a short route, we still need to get as much information as possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and send this flight route over to my flights page, and we'll go ahead and brief it right here directly through ForeFlight. Now this is all the same information that you can gather from 1-800-WX brief, different aviation sources. All kind of compiles it into one easy to look at briefing document. So let's ensure that we have the appropriate aircraft in here, and we do not. So let me go ahead and change this to my simulator aircraft, and it's a short route. We're gonna drop our altitude down to maybe 3,000 feet. If we look at the maximum elevation figures in the area, we've got 1,400 feet, 1,500 feet, 1,900 feet, so I imagine 3,000 feet will work for our flight today. Right, I'm going to resend this over with the appropriate aircraft and the appropriate altitude. We'll delete this one. Well, that's not right either. It's got IFR, so let's delete that one. Let's take a look at this one more time. Altitude, VFR, westerly, 3,000. Okay. That's still not right. I don't know why I did it like that. Still showing IFR. $3,000 feet, IFR, VFR, we're heading west, 3,000. I should be correct. Whatever. As long as our aircraft type is correct, which it is, and our altitude is correct, which it is, departure and destination is correct, which it is, we can still go ahead and brief this. Right now it's just pulling all of our pertinent information, and we're going to just go through this kind of real quickly, because a lot of this stuff isn't going to necessarily apply to our simulated flight today. We take a look here. We've got a runway closure at Pure 0422 is closed, except for crossing. And then we've got a convective segment. We have here possibly some storms further south. Alright, that's not going to affect us. We're not going to look at the IFR airmets because we're not IFR today. High turbulence isn't going to affect us currently. We're going to be nowhere near the flight levels. Looks like the people are reporting turbulence about 42,000 feet. Surface analysis chart. This is kind of important. You can take a look at our high and low pressure weather systems. You can kind of see there's a storm system. It's going to be east of us, east and southeast of us. Then there's some weather down in Florida. We're going to be kind of right in this area where that L is overlying the blue line there. So there's a low pressure system moving towards the south. METARs, these are important to know. This is kind of the weather along our route. Our departure, we've got 10 miles of visibility. Variable winds about 5 knots. Skies clear. Altimeter or temperature 22 dew point 15. Altimeter is 2991. And then along our route, Charlie 75 is reporting a scattered layer at 3,300 feet, 10 miles visibility, and winds 330 at 7. And then as we travel further along, winds are shifting out of the north to at 9. Could be 320 variable to 030. 10 mile visibility, and another scatter layer at 3,300, scattered at 4,000 feet. And then our destination, 340 at 8 knots, 10 mile visibility, scattered 3,600, and then 4,700. So we've got some decent VFR weather to make our route, or to make our flight today. Of course, however, we are going to double check that once we get into the plane. Next, we're going to look at any PIREPS pilot reports for the area. Now, most of these are going to be high altitude type reports. There's one there. And they were reporting turbulence light to moderate. At 32,000 feet, reported by a Boeing 737. And then Springfield, turbulence 34,000 feet. Okay, so that's not really going to affect us. Yeah, all of this is going to be high level stuff. Alright, next we're going to talk about our cloud coverage in the area. And as we discussed a little bit ago, we do have some scattered layers as we make our way towards the west over to Galesburg. Hey Drippy, hello my friend, hope you're doing well, welcome on in. Hope your Saturday is going well. We're discussing, doing a bit of pre-flight and discussing our route to fly to Galesburg to join the Virtual USA Flying Club's air show. So once we land at Galesburg, what I'm going to do, we'll hop out of the aircraft, and then we'll hop over to another Twitch channel that I'll stream directly. Jeffrey B on Twitch. He's going to be the master of ceremonies for the Virtual USA Flying Club's air show. So we'll be able to watch all of the performers through his live stream. So I'm really kind of excited to see these performances, more so than my own. Okay, visibility, surface winds, and precipitation. So as we can see, we got some storms down that way. Hopefully they'll stay down that way. Terminal area forecast. This is kind of what we need to know here. This is stuff that could happen throughout our flight. And what I'm looking for are broken and overcast cloud layers, BRL and MLI. So that's kind of south of the area. But that's gonna, if that were to shift upward, that'll put our ceiling about, 5,000 feet MSL, maybe 4,000 feet AGL. So our route will definitely keep us under the ceiling, but we do need to at least consider the fact that we may actually encounter a broken or overcast layer on the way. Winds. So they're kind of out of the north, it's northwest, 10 knots, 14 knots, okay. About 14 knots average aloft there. Not too hateful, so we're gonna have a bit of a headwind that might slow us down just a bit, but we'll be fine. And if those winds were 30 knots, we'd definitely have to reconsider this, but 14 knots will be alright. Vertical cross section chart. This kind of gives an overview of our flight altitude, the terrain below us, and the winds aloft here. So once we depart, we climb up 3,000 feet. We can see that we've got those winds coming out of the north still, about 14. But this green shaded area, that's the terrain, and then obviously that blue line is our flight line. So we've got our our climb, and then our cruise altitude, and then our descent. If that blue line was a lot closer to that green area, then we'd have to reconsider our flight altitude. Winds aloft. Okay, about 10 knots, 14 degrees Celsius. Still coming out of the north there at 3,000 feet. Departure NOTAMs. Stuff we're going to consider, but we'll be flying on the VATSIM network. May or may not necessarily partake in the real world NOTAMs here. Tower light obstruction. And then there could be an issue with the ILS on runway 4, which isn't going to affect us either. That would, if we were landing there in an IFR route, we'd certainly want to take a look at that and consider that. But for departure, that's really not going to affect us. Destination NOTAMs, this is where we're going. We need to pay more attention to these. So the automated weather broadcasting system is unreliable. More tower light obstructions. Taxiway Bravo's closed. En route navigation NOTAMs. There's going to be a lot of those there. That's not going to affect us. Airspace NOTAMs. Those are going to infect us. None of these en route, runway, taxiway, apron, or FTC NOTAMs are really going to affect us either. Other NOTAMs, tower light, tower light, tower light, all sorts of tower light obstructions. See those all the time. ARTCC NOTAMs. This is where we might run into possible ATC delays. It's part of our pre-flight checklist. We discussed the new craft, NWKRAFT, NOTAMs, weather, known ATC delays. And then runway lengths, alternate airports, fuel requirements, takeoff and landing performance. But again, these are real world NOTAMs. We're going to be flying on VATSIM, so not really going to affect our flight either. So overall, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good to make our flight. Let's take a look at runways at Peoria. I am unfamiliar with the airport, so I want to take a look at the airport diagram real quick. I've got us loaded up at the general aviation parking here, and winds were out of the north, so I would imagine runway 31 is going to be our departure runway today. It is a Class Charlie. If we do have overlying ATC coverage, we are going to need to get takeoff clearance. If we don't have any overlying ATC coverage on VATSIM, we will obviously be treating the airport as uncontrolled and making our traffic calls appropriately as needed. But I'm going to expect runway 31, and we'll probably get there via Alpha 4, Alpha to Echo, crossing runway 22, and then Echo down to Echo 1. I may not even have to do that. We may just take an intersection departure, depending on either what we're given or what we decide to do once we determine overlying ATC coverage. And then Galesburg, we're going to be landing runway 21. We'll bring up this diagram as well. Depending on the winds, we might decide runway 03. As long as we're on the ground by 2:45 Eastern, it's not really going to matter which runway we decide. But for the air show, we're all going to be using runway 21. So I think that's it. I think we're ready to head to the plane. Yeah, we'll head to the plane. Oh, we need to discuss weight and balance and fuel. That's one thing we need to do real quick. Let's see. I'm going to erase this. And then I'm gonna erase this. And I'm gonna erase all of this. And we'll erase this. I'm going to erase this. Alright, let's factor our weight and balance real quick, and then we'll go ahead and head to the plane. So with you and I on board, I'm going to use an average weight of about 180. I weigh 175. Our empty aircraft is 1,400 feet, or 1,400 pounds, and the center of gravity is 36.6 inches. If we take my weight, 175, and then the co-pilot's weight, the average weight I'm choosing is 180, and we total that up, it gives us 355 pounds, and we'll multiply that by the arm of 36 inches, gives us a moment of 12,780. Or 12.7. Actually 12.8 if we round it up. In the rear, we're going to have your flight bag, and then my flight bag is going to be about 10 pounds as well. It gives us 20 pounds. If we multiply that by the arm, gives us a moment of 1400, or 1.4. Nothing is going to be in the baggage compartment, so nothing there. And we are going to go full fuel today. We've got, well, I guess technically it'd be 39 gallons. We've only got 36 usable, but we're going to be 39 gallons. Actually, I just remembered that unusable fuel is factored into our empty weight. So 36 times 6 is 216 pounds. Multiplied that by the arm of 48 inches. Gives us a moment of 10,368. Or 10.3 once we divide by 1,000. And then oil is not factored into empty weight. We've got 8 quarts of oil at 15 pounds with a moment of negative 0.3. So let's add up all of our moments and all of our weights, and we'll figure out our true center of gravity and make sure that's in our flight envelope. So 1400, 175, 180 plus 20 plus 216 plus 15 is 2006 pounds, which is just over utility category. Utility is 2,000 pounds, but by the time we get things started up and taxi on the ground here at Pura, we'll be below 2,000. We'll be in utility category there. And then we can add our moments up, which is 51.3 for the empty, 12.8 for you and I, 1.4 for our flight gear, and then 10.3 for our fuel. And then we need to subtract 0.3 because our oil is forward of that center of gravity, and we've got 75.5. But to figure out our true center of gravity, remember we divided those moments by 1,000 to make our math easier. We need to multiply that by 1,000 again, so we've got 75,500. So we take that number and we'll divide that by our total weight. Gives us a true center of gravity of 37.67. And then we'll grab our POH. Weight is 2006. Moment is 75.5. So we're literally just right at the tip of that utility category. So we're well within our envelope. We're giving the flight a go. We're taking off with full fuel. Obviously, it's going to be plenty enough fuel for us to get to the destination and perform in the air show. So with all of that in mind, let's go ahead and head to the plane. I'll see you there. Hello everyone, and welcome aboard Felicity, November 8033 Foxtrot. What we need to do, first and foremost, is set our weight and balance according to what we talked about back in the FBO. So I'm just going to go in here and open up my aircraft weight and balance settings. And we've got you and I on board with about 20 pounds of gear in the back seat, nothing in our baggage compartment, and full fuel. And total takeoff weight, 2,006 pounds, 5.5 hours of flight time. Let's go ahead and apply these changes. Okay. Okay, exterior, let's see, we've already done our initial stuff, weight and balance. Tell you what, let's get our master on, let's get all these lights on, let's get our flaps down. And do our walk around. New George, XCI, welcome aboard Felicity. Thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, let's hop out and do our walk around real quick. We check our baggage door there. Baggage door is secure. Check our left rudder cable. It's nice and tight. And elevator. Free. Correct. Man, the ASOS here has a mind of its own. Okay, beacon and anti-collision lights are working there. Our right rudder cable is nice and tight. VOR antennas are in place. Take a look at the heim joints on our flaps. Make sure those are nice and tight. Flaps are tight. And we'll take a look at our right aileron. All of our piano hinges are in place. Strobe's working on the right with a green marker. We take a look at our right main. It is inflated. No signs of tire deformation. Our front strut is nice and up there. You know, I can fit my hand right in there, so it's plenty of height. Exhaust is secure. Our front main looks good. And we'll check our prop and spinner. Nothing majorly wrong there at all. And we'll run our finger across the fins of those cylinder heads, looking for any sort of pitch changes that could indicate a cracked cylinder. And that all sounds good there. Our static source looks good. Free and clear. Pitot tube is warm to the touch, so we can get our pitot heat off. Our stall horn and taxi and landing lights are both working. We've got strobe on the left with a red. And we'll check our left aileron, make sure that's free and correct. And it is. Piano hinges are nice and tight there. We'll check our left flap, check the heim joints on that, make sure it's nice and tight. And flap's good to go there. Since we did just get some fuel, that left main looks good there. Since we did just get some fuel, we are going to check our fuel caps, make sure that they're installed in a streamlined position, in which this one is on the right, and this one is on the left. Alright, let's go ahead and head back into the cockpit. We'll get all of these loads off. Okay. So we did that. Fuel quantity, got all that stuff done. Exhaust system looks good. Stall horn's working. Alright, exterior summary and walk around's all good there. Which moves us right along to our interior checklist. New George XCI, hello. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. It's an aviation training device that I've spent the last 10 years putting together. I've almost got it FAA certified as a basic aviation training device. So welcome aboard. It's a pleasure to have you. Okay, what else are we going to do here? I am going to go over a quick safety briefing with you. For those that haven't flown with me before, your seat belt here works just like the seat belt in your car. Take the male portion, slip it into the female portion. When you hear the firm click, the seat belt is secure. And then to release the seat belt, you would go ahead and push this big orange lever button right on the front of the buckle to release the buckle. There are 2 air vents in the plane, one on the top left, one on the top right. Feel free to rotate those up and down as you see fit. There is no on-off per se because it runs on a ram air style system, but feel free to push those in if it is too much air. I am going to recommend, however, that you don't have them aimed directly at your face. The air rushing past your microphone does have tendency to interfere with the intercom. And if in the unfortunate event of an engine fire or airplane fire, we do have a fire extinguisher. It snaps in right behind the console here. Just go ahead and pull it out. It's a Type BC fire extinguisher. And the way this fire extinguisher works is you would pull the pin, squeeze, aim at the base of the fire, squeeze the trigger, and sweep back and forth from side to side. Again, it is a Type BC, so it's enough to handle anything that we might encounter here on the plane. And that just snaps right behind the center console there. Mr. Cessna 1, hello my friend. It's going pretty well. Hope you're doing well. 2 exits on the plane. You exit the plane the same way you got in. The doors open left and open right. To open your door, you just push out on the door here until it releases the latch and it opens right up. And then to pull the door closed, you just pull the door closed until it latches, and then that door is secure. M. Stein, good afternoon. Excited for today's event? Absolutely, me too. It's going to be epic. It's going to be real fun. We're going to push our plane to the limits. Your headset, the way your headset works is your headset goes over your ears like a pair of earmuffs would, and ensure that the microphone boom is directly in front of your lips. If you cannot hear yourself talk, then I cannot hear yourself talk. Speaking of talking, you are allowed to talk throughout the duration of our flight. However, there may be a point in time when I need you to remain quiet, most likely because I'm talking to ATC. And if that is the case, I'll just hold up one finger like that to inform me that I do need you to remain silent, and I will tell you when it's go ahead and good to talk again. Speaking of talking, I do love to hear about other airplanes in the sky, so if you do happen to see one, please feel free to go ahead and point it out to me. Airplane in front, airplane off to the right, you know, if you prefer the o'clock nomenclature, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Do you have any questions about any of the safety information we've gone over? Lots of ground movement. Yep, there is a lot of ground traffic here. Hopefully none of them tries to run us over when we taxi. Okay, let's go ahead and get started up. When our engine's warming up, we'll file a VFR flight plan on the VATSIM network and get things going. Okay. Okay, and circuit breakers are all in. Alternate static airs in. We'll move along to our start checklist. Let me get scooted up here so I can reach the flight controls. Avionics are off. Autopilot's off. Carb heat's off. Mixer is going to go full rich. Throttle slight. Okay, and let's get 3 on the primer. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And tell you what, I need to check something real quick. Sorry, I need to step out just momentarily. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Where were we? Okay, we got 3 on the primer. Brakes are on. Master on. Beacon.
Clear front.
Looks clear on the left. Kind of clear up front. We are clear on the right. Okay, brakes are on. Beacon's on. Max to start. We're going to be looking for oil pressure and RPM. Alright, oil pressure's in the green. We do have RPM. Let's get our taxi light on so we can be seen. Seatbelts, I've got my seatbelt on here. We're on our pre-taxi checklist. Let's get our flaps up. Let's get our avionics on. I have no idea where that weather information is coming from. That's kind of weird. It's going pretty well, Mr. Cessna. My check ride is in less than a week on next Friday morning. Really kind of excited about it. Okay, let's go and connect to VATSIM. Okay, let's fly out a VFR flight plan real quick on the VATSIM network. Thank you, thank you. I'm kind of excited. Okay, November 8033 Foxtrot, or VFR, type 172, lightweight category. We have golf on board today. Departure is KPIA. Arrival Kilo Golf. Is it GBG? Yeah, PIA and GBG. Okay. No alternate. Altitude 3000. Off block time we're gonna be 1620. No. Yes. 1820 because we're Zulu 2. Yeah. 1820. And airspeed, figure about 95 knots or so. En route time, hopefully about 30 minutes. Fuel endurance, we had 5.5 hours of fuel on board. We're going to be VFR direct. Then in remarks, I'm going to put the channel name. And then Virtual USA Flying Club. Thank you. Alright, the flight plan is filed. No, this is all built by me. It's all hand built. Okay, Cleveland, Memphis Center. let me just check and see here what type of coverage we have. I don't think we're in Memphis Center. And we are not, which is fine, but we're here at Galesburg. Let's grab some ATIS.
Kilo Papa India Alpha Airport information Foxtrot 1754 Zulu weather wind 353 at 8 gusting to 15 visibility 10 sky clear temperature 23 dew point 14 altimeter 2991 advise on initial contact you have information Foxtrot
29901. Put speed elevation.
Kilo Papa India Alpha
Right about 680 feet or so. 661. So I'd say that's good enough. And winds were 353. So we're gonna take runway 31. And we're going to take that just at Alpha. And that's going to be via Alpha. There we go. Okay, what else do we got? Transponder, let's get that on. Altitude encoding. And ADS-B's tied into our nav lights. Let's get those on. Radios will test momentarily. Brakes will test on the roll as well as our attitude and turn coordinator, but let's set our heading indicator to compass. And we are right about there. Alright, I think we're ready to go. And we're on Unicom, yes. Let's make sure nobody else pumped up on ATC. Okay. Pure traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is at the General Aviation ramp. Going to be taxiing runway 31 via Alpha 4 and Alpha Pure. Alright, parking brake off. Let's get our landing light on while we're taxiing. Tabletop Android, hello, hello, hope you're doing well. So we'll go down to our intersection departure in, we'll do a quick run up and get things going, because we need to be on the ground in about 25 minutes, so we're going to have to book it. Which is why I'm choosing it. Which is why I'm choosing an intersection departure. Yep, we got 22 minutes. Wintech, hello my friend, hope you're doing well, good afternoon, pleasure to see you. Alright, looking at that windsock, we are going to have a little bit of a crosswind on our takeoff roll, looks like it's about 9 on the ground here.
Classified NV, hello, welcome aboard. Thank you, pleasure to have you. Alright, here's our hold short line coming up. We're going to take this intersection here.
Approaching runway 31.
Okay, quick run up. Brakes are on. Fuel is on both. Trim is set for takeoff. Flight controls down right, up left, down left, up right. Elevator, rudder, spring correct. Okay, mixer's in for best power. Brakes are on. Primer's in the lock. 1600. Here we go. Left mag, there's our drop. Right mag, there's our drop. Remember what I said about those air vents? Hear that? Gotta kinda keep them away from your microphone. Curb heat, there's our drop. Okay. Suction in the green, oil pressure, oil temperature are good. Alright, idle back, check our throttle friction, get our strobe lights on. Pure traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, taking runway 31 at Alpha Pure.
Approaching runway 31.
Yep, I made them
Runway
functional.
31, 8,100 feet remaining.
I made them functional just last week, actually, which has really kind of helped keep things cool in here, literally. And here we go, full power. Rudder for center. Too much rudder for center. Airspeed's alive. Rotate. Positive rate. Let's stay over the runway. Climb out at 80. And look at that. We're departed on our departure leg is right on our route. How about that? Golf, Bravo, Golf. Let's activate that. 29er. Two minutes. We're gonna be close. We're gonna be close. Once we level off at cruise, we'll pick up some airspeed. Yeah, we're at full power and pushing it. Let's double check our heading indicator compass now that we're off the ground away from all those metal buildings, and that still looks good there. Parked NDA, hello, hello, hope you're doing well. Welcome aboard, thank you. Alright, level off, that power in, let's trim for this. Lean out just a little bit. Jettison tanks and push it. No, we don't have jettison tanks. Doing well as well. We're en route to Galesburg, and we're going to join the Virtual USA Flying Club for our first annual air show. I am flying in the air show. Once we land, I've got about 7 or 8 performances, and then we're going to take a quick break, and then I'll be next. Fellow Twitch streamer Jeffrey B is Master of Ceremonies on the air show, but when we're not performing, I will be streaming his stream as well. Alright, 16 minutes. I am not doing VAT Venture tomorrow. I will be doing Sim Venture and Pilot Edge next weekend on Saturday and Sunday. If we get close to our cutoff time, I'm going to have to disconnect it from VATSIM and slew us over just a little bit. So that's Quad City approach, is that what that is? MLI. Quad Cities, okay. Let's get the ATIS on standby. 121, no, correction. 118.975, 118.975, 118.975. Galesburg's a Class Echo. That's from surface up to 17,999 feet.
Visibility 10, 3,800 staggered, ceiling 4,700 broken, temperature 24, 2.17, altimeter 29904, notices to air mission. A temporary flight restriction is in effect for the Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show.
Sweet.
Flight restrictions are effective for a 5-mile radius around Galesburg Municipal Airport up to and including 5000 from 1900 Zulu until 2200 Zulu. Non-participating aircraft are not authorized. Advise on initial contact. You have information Sierra.
Sierra's current.
Galesburg Mount Airport Native Information Sierra 1755 Zulu. West 340 at 8. Visibility 10. 3,800 staggered. Ceiling 4,700 broken. Temperature 24. 2.17. Altimeter 29904. Notices to air mission. A temporary flight restriction.
Okay, 994 will be our altimeter. So we do have a ceiling of 4,700 feet, AGL. No, MSL. That's the thing with winds and clouds. If you read it, like if I read it on the METAR, it's generally AGL, but if it's something you're listening to, it's generally MSL. It's a good way to remember that. And what's that approach frequency? 125.95. Quad City approach, November 8033 Foxtrot. One two five decimal 9 or 5.
Destination AWAS is 118.975.
We'll try it again. We may be too far. Quad City approach, November 8033 Foxtrot. Yep, we're too far.
There we go, 8033 Fox, Quad City approach, good ahead.
Good day, sir. Type 172, Slant Gulf, currently 3,000 feet, about 15 miles southeast of Galesburg. VFR flight following, please.
Number 8033 Foxtrot, 4705.
4705, 33 Foxtrot, and we are at direct Galesburg.
Okay, 033 Foxtrot, we're gonna contact 16 miles southeast of Galesburg, say altitude.
Currently we are at 2,900 and position checks, November 8033 Foxtrot.
33 Foxtrot, roger, the Galesburg altimeter 29904.
9904, 33 Foxtrot.
Attention all aircraft. Quad City International altimeter 2993.
Is it a projector showing my scenery? No, it is actually 4 LCD monitors surrounding 360 degrees. I use a program called Immersive LCD Pro to calibrate and line up all of my displays to provide the illusion that we're fully immersed. So for those of you that are new here flying with me, I'd like you to welcome aboard Felicity. It's been my pleasure to have you. My name is Michael. I am your pilot today. Please feel free to go ahead and follow our channel so you can get notified of our next flight. Today we are joining the Virtual USA Flying Club for the first annual inaugural air show. It's taking place at Galesburg Municipal. Alright, ETE 6 minutes, and we're going to be real close. Real close for that TFR window. Thank you, I appreciate that, sir. Ground speed right now is 117, indicating 135 miles per hour. As I said, we do have a bit of a headwind fighting us. I am glad I did not take off my other airport. This version of Galesburg you won't necessarily see anywhere else. I recently updated this airport for the event today. I have not submitted it to the X-Plane Scenery Gateway yet. But after today's event, I'll go ahead and submit that. Scenery-wise, we are using ortho photos that I did with Ortho for XP, along with Global Force version 2 for X-Plane 12, and the most recent edition of Sim Heaven X World America version 3.0. Alright, so with our position, that is going to set us up decently to grab a 40.
Quad City's approach, November 4411 uniform.
To grab a 45 for a left downwind.
4411 uniform, Quad City approach, go ahead. So we're about, I don't know, maybe 10 miles to the west and would like to just follow the river up through town there at 3,500 feet, if that's all right. Customer 4411 uniform, squawk 4702. 4702.
We are 8 miles from the airport. I'm going to go ahead
Number 4411 uniform,
Initiate a descent.
West of Quad City Airport, say altitude. 3,600. 4411 uniform, roger.
carpet on, mixture
Quad
rich.
City, Class Charlie, correction Moline, Class Charlie, airspace approved. The Moline altimeter 29901.
Pattern altitude's going to be 1764.
Approved through the airspace and 29901 in the altimeter, thanks.
I do have the airport environment in sight. Quad City approach, November 8033 Foxtrot. We have Galesburg in sight. Request cancel via front flight following.
482-335 Foxtrot, roger. No aircraft indicated between you and Galesburg Airport. Squawk VFR, radar service terminated. Change to advise frequency approved.
Over to Unicom, and thank you for your service, November 8033 Foxtrot. Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is 5 miles east, going to be grabbing the 45, join left downwind, runway 21, full stop, Galesburg. No, we're just gonna grab that left base. We're gonna make it a full left base. Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, 3 mile left base, runway 21, full stop, Galesburg. Alright, what's on our landing checklist, pre-landing checklist, okay, brakes testing good, let's get our landing light on, okay. Seat belts are on, mixture is in for best power, carpeet's off, fuel is on both. Alright, went through gumps, fuel is on both. Gear is fixed and welded, mixture is full rich. Power setting looks good. In fact, should probably start slowing us up just a little bit. And seat belts and switches, our landing lights on. Okay, we'll be alright. So once we land, we'll get off on the ramp, we'll shut our plane down, we'll hop out to the FBO, and we'll bring up the briefing with the Virtual USA Flying Club. And we'll watch the first part of the air show. Then when it's time to perform, we'll hop back into the plane, get things started up.
500.
Alright, slow our bird up. Let's bleed off some of this airspeed. Okay, we're in the white arc now. Let's grab flaps 10.
Galesburg traffic, Skylane 143 Hotel 2, we got one flying south, we'll enter a teardrop to the left and
Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, left base to final approach, 21 full stop, Galesburg. Yeah, we don't need any more than 10 degrees of flaps today. We'll be just fine. Okay, we are on the glide slope. We're looking good. Approach speed is 70 miles per hour. 2 red, 2 white, doing alright. Okay. Let's transition. Here we go. Hold it. Look all the way down the runway. All the way down. Alright, let's vacate. Let's get across this line here and clean up our cockpit. And not block the taxiway. Let's get over here. Alright, let's clean up a little bit. Let's get our flaps up. Let's get trim back for takeoff. Strobes going off. Landing light off. Okay. Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is clear. Runway 21, taxi to ramp Galesburg. Remember, with the new FAA advisory circular, you're no longer clear of the active. You are clear of the runway that you landed on. Also note with the new AC that straight-in long final approaches are starting to be real frowned upon. So this is my version of Galesburg that I did for the event today. Made that 3D segmented circle there. And looks like the CSLs are working great. Jeffrey B, who we're getting ready to tune into here in a little bit, did a lot of great work with these CSL models. And we're just going to go grab these parking T right over here. The air show is actually scheduled to start at 3 o'clock. about 15 minutes. So we're getting ready to go and catch the briefing with the Virtual USA Flying Club. We're going to do that in the Discord back in the FBO. And like I said, we will be watching the air show from the FBO until it's our time to perform, in which case we will come back out and get our plane started back up. Alright, what do we got here? Pre-landing, landing, did that, flaps up, did that, transponders good, did that, trim, set for takeoff, okay. EOT is silent, and avionics are gonna go off. And let's get our lights off here. Leave our beacon on for now. Mixture, well, let's get our G5s down. Mixture is gonna go lean. Mags to off, and master off. And beacon off. Alright. Wismart says the calibration is perfect. Thank you. It's been a lot of trial and error to get things to line up properly, even with immersive LCD display, because you literally need to measure. You physically measure your displays, and yet, and then you have a fixed point of view, and you all get that fixed point of view with this camera that's directly behind me, facing forward. It's going to provide the most realistic point of view, being directly in the middle of the cockpit. But you literally need to enter the dimensions of the displays, how high it is, how far it is, all that stuff from the fixed point of view. And then it calculates all these magic numbers, which puts it into X-plane. And then it's just a matter of warping the displays to match that calibration. So for example, if I press this F4 button, which unwarps my displays, this is the raw view in X-plane. So if I did not, just based on the numbers for the view settings in X-plane, this is what you see. Top of the wings, top of the cowling, everything's kind of uneven and a bit distorted. But once you warp the displays, it kind of brings everything true to life and a lot more immersive. So let's hop out. We'll head back to the FBO. I'm going to bring up the Discord and Twitch. We will tune into Jeffrey B. Okay, hey, so you're familiar with it. Outstanding. I am not familiar with Linux. So I guess I just don't know, or I'm not sure if it's compatible with Linux. Apparently it is, if you gave it a shot. And look at all this traffic down here at Galesburg. Lots of people, lots of people. Alright, heading to Discord. We'll see you at the FBO here in a minute.
Grass on the east side of runway 321. If you're a spectator, you need to be on the grass on the east side of runway 321 and off the ramp and off all taxiways and runways.
What's your call sign?
As usual, yeah, Member 10.
Alright, you guys hear me
Hey,
now?
Jeff.
Loud and clear.
Hey, Jeff, I see you have me connecting with F16A, and when I connect with it, it tells me it's an unknown type code.
Correct.
Okay, I'll just run with it.
How's 157 Charlie X-ray look? What it look like that?
Okay, I think we checked you.
You
You
look like a. Oh, am I streaming? I'm streaming now, right?
are you streaming on your?
I haven't seen you.
No, I'm streaming in the channel.
You're streaming in the channel.
Oh, you're streaming in Discord.
Discord, I'm seeing Red Bull.
Nice.
Okay, thanks.
So the only last one I'm looking for is Alpha 4 Alpha Mike. Look at that. Alright, I think we are all set. That's the wrong. Alright, well, it's the wrong name, but that's okay.
Let's do the Green Lantern. Right there. Nice.
And you're focused on that front wheel for the wheelbarrow. Alright.
All right, all the performers are here, which is good. Jeffrey, you got 5 minutes to start your stream on Twitch.
Start getting that set up. How do you want that?
It is pretty exciting, Mark. Tabletop Android. I'm really looking forward to it.
I gotta do a radio check for mine.
Great, and check that out. He's using my scenery for the event. That's awesome.
Michael, you're hot mic'd in the Discord. I need you to go push a talk in the Discord.
Shh, shh.
5x5. The only one that should be hot mic'd in the Discord currently are myself and Jeffrey. And when
my PA announcer working? PA announcer check?
Yes, it is. And Jeffrey, you gotta go push a talk in the Discord when the show starts. I know that's a pain in the dick.
My apologies, that defaulted somehow.
That's alright. I'm gonna go to push a talk too once I'm done with the briefing. 4 minutes.
All right, let's get Twitch pulled up, and we'll bring up Jeffrey Becker's channel.
Just final good luck to you, Mike, as being the starter on.
Thank you. Yeah, so what's going to happen actually real quick, Nathan, just be advised, I'm going to airboss you to start, but then I have to switch my aircraft so I can have a dual comm stack. So I'm going to disconnect momentarily and airboss is going to be silent, but it's going to be during your performance, Nathan. So I should be back in time for the 2-minute warning call.
Gotcha, sounds good.
And again, you're going to need airboss frequency for your performance, and then you can get back to the Unicom and Moline, or Quad City rather, frequency after that.
So we're supposed to, performance is supposed to be on,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the only frequency that anyone should be on except for myself, Jeffrey, and Nathan. Everyone else should be on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. That is the only frequency that anyone needs.
Very nice. I was Scotsman.
And if you're on the ground as a Virtuous A Flying Club member, I need you to turn your transponders on mode C and squawk 4000, whether you're a performer or spectator. 4000 squawk.
Cleared contact.
With mode C on.
Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
That's just so that Zachary here can identify who is a Flying Club member and who might be an intruder.
This is going to be Mike. You'll be first.
all the people who are going to be in the air, because I can't see anybody on the ground.
I'll just have everyone squawk it anyway, just in case.
It's easier to remember to turn it on now than when your performance starts, so.
2 minutes. Jeffrey, you good to stream?
We're waiting on Jeffrey B's
2 minutes.
Twitch stream to actually begin. Right now we're hanging out in the Virtual USA Flying Club Discord.
He's not even in the oh no, he's still is.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Alright. Push the button exactly at 3 o'clock. One last check on my performers, because I need you all here. I'm here. Nathan.
Here.
Chris.
Here.
John.
Here.
Eric.
Eric just went live, so he may not be.
Ben.
Here.
Brant. Charles.
Here.
Michael.
Present.
Rob.
Here.
Nicholas.
Here.
David.
Here.
Call sign. Hooker.
Oh.
Okay. 1 minute. Jeffrey push the button on the stream. Start the timer.
Here we
3 o'clock on the East Coast. Thank you for coming in today, ladies and gentlemen, to the first annual Virtue USA Flying Club. Let's get the performer briefing done first, and then I'll talk to the spectators thereafter. So all my performers, you guys are here. You're ready to go. You have the performer list that's in the events channel if you didn't already know your order. All right, the briefing will be ended hopefully before 3:15. Then Jeffrey will do his airso introduction while I get myself airborne and start. All right, every performer should be on 123.45 frequency. That's the airboss frequency. All right, that's where I'm going to be controlling you guys. And this is how it's going to work. I'm going to start. I'll airboss myself. I'm going to say, and I'm only going to call you guys by your aircraft. So I'm going to call myself as Cessna 170. I'm going to call Nathan as Catalina. I'm going to call Chris as Extra. I'm going to call John, Ben, and Eric as the Steermen. I'm going to call Brant as a DC, or the C-47. Brant, you're going to be the C-47. Charles,
Melvin, hello, my friend. Excellent.
Edge.
Yep, you're right.
Michael, you're going to hear yourself as Cessna 172. Rob, you're going to hear yourself as Caribou. John, you're going to hear yourself as Mitchell for your second act. Nicholas, you're going to hear yourself as Hawker. That's going to be kind of confusing potentially with Hooker, so just be careful. It's going to be Hawker. David, you're going to be P-51, and call sign Hooker, you're going to be Fat Albert. So listen for those names when I call you. The staging area is right where my aircraft is right now at the hold short point for runway 21. That's where you stage. So when I tell you, let's say I'm going to tell Nathan Catalina stage, that's where you stage, right at the hold short for runway 21. The instructions you're going to be listening for are takeoff, meaning that you can get airborne. It doesn't mean your time's going to start right away because the other aircraft is probably coming back inbound to land. So you're going to take off, you're going to go loiter to the south a little bit, and then I'm going to ask, are you ready? And if you're ready, once the airfield is clear, that's going to clear you into the box. Now, we don't have actual dimensions for the box. It's just saying, hey, the box is your show. Just keep it within a 5-mile radius and below 5,000 feet because that's what we're TFR'd for, okay? Once I clear you into the box, you can come on in. Once you cross show center the first time, that's when the 8-minute timer will begin. You'll also then, you'll hear me say time started. Once you cross that show center, that's when you know your 8 minutes is started. You're also going to get a 2-minute warning, and then you will say, time's up, finish last pass. When you finish the last pass, you will hear me say, Catalina, return to land, at which point you will join a right downwind for runway 21 to come in for a landing, okay? And it's going to be a little sloppy. I'm not expecting perfection, so if you need to ask me for clarity on any of these things, you can ask me on the Airbus frequency and I'll answer it. But for most of my instructions, you only need to respond with Roger. You don't need to give me a full readback. For the Airbus instructions, you only need to respond with Roger unless you have a specific question. Alright, we're going to stay right in the order that we have there. After Charles goes in the edge, we're going to have a 15-minute break so everyone can go use the restroom. The second half guys can position themselves into the ramp and all that fun stuff. Once you guys are completed with your show, by the way, if you're in the first half or whenever you get done, you can just pull off the runway and then put yourself parked in the grass on the east side. Stay close to show center because we're going to take a group photo at the end. Alright? The only frequency you need to be on is 12345. We've got Nathan is going to take care of Unicom while he's not performing. He's also going to be coordinating with our good buddy Zachary from Chicago, who's got a TFR up for us. Okay? The only act that has more than 8 minutes is the 3 Steermen. Since they're doing a combined show with all 3 of them, they're going to get 16 minutes. Would you guys prefer a 8-minute warning as in halfway, or would you guys prefer a 5-minute warning and a 2-minute warning? What would you guys prefer in terms of the warnings?
Wismart, thank you for that follow.
Good by me.
Appreciate it.
5 and 2? Okay, so we'll give you guys 5 and 2. Sounds good. The big thing is, when you guys are taking off to loiter, you're going to loiter to the south of the field, please. You're going to loiter to the south of the field. This way, when your first pass is going to come from south to north, that's the way the wind is favoring. We're kind of taking off and landing on 2-1 without the wind favoring us, but that's kind of is what it is with the ramp there. The last act is going to be the only act that starts with a takeoff. So, Hooker, you're going to start, your timer will start when you take off initially and cross show center. Because I believe that's how you wanted it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everyone else will be airborne. So again, until I say time started when you do your first pass, remember, taking off does not count as your start time. You're going to go out, loiter to the south a little bit, and then when I tell you to enter the box, once you cross show center from that point, that's when your timer is going to start. And it's a hard timer. You might even hear my alarm bell go off on my phone in the background when I'm talking in airboss frequency. Now for my do any of the performers have any questions? Excuse me. Big thing for the performers, if let's say you have any kind of sim issue, or if you crash the sim, you will void the rest of your time, because there's really just not enough time for you to reconnect and do all that and reconfigure or whatever to fill the rest of your time. Now, if you have crash off and you bounce back into the air, we'll pretend we didn't see it and you can continue on with your show, that's fine. But if you have a hard crash of the sim, or you have any kind of sim issue, then your rest of your time will be voided. Unfortunately, that's just the way that we're going to have to work it.
Tabletop Android, I think MSFS is good with the default scenery.
You can listen to airboss frequency on 123.45. Do not communicate on airboss frequency. When a performance ends and we're in between performances, if you want to make some
use
kind of
MSFS.
comment, like nice job or whatever, you can make it.
I don't use MSFS, so I'm not sure, but my understanding is that the default scenery works just fine for Galesburg.
And only make the comments in between acts. It needs to be dead silent in this Discord during the performances. Again, make sure you're staying clear of all the taxiways and runways. Please park in the grass on the east side of runway 3, 2, 1 for the spectators. And again, everyone that is Virtually Safe Flying Club, please squawk 4000 with mode C on, just so we can identify ourselves as club members to Zachary. Zachary, do you have anything you want to add for us?
Nope, everything looks good.
Okay, Jeffrey, do you have anything you want to add for everyone, for the performers?
No, I just wanted to let everybody know that, because we have a lot of non-subscribers in the stream, pretty much between every performance, I'm going to spawn a 1-minute ad. So keep that in mind.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions from anyone? Spectator, performer, anybody?
I have one question, and that's as soon as the stream starts, if somebody in my chat will let me know how the VATSIM audio levels versus my mic levels, what that sounds like, and let me know if we need to make adjustments.
Brant, do you want to be in charge of that since you're a little bit further down the line here? You commented on the
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you. Thanks, boss. Does anybody have any other questions?
I just want to confirm that the order of performances is the order that was in our performer thread, not necessarily the order lined up in the events channel currently.
It's it should be what's in the events channel currently. It should be the exact same thing. It's going to be me, Nathan, Chris, John, Ben, and Eric, Brant, Charles, 15-minute break, Michael, Rob, John again, Nicholas, David W, call sign Hooker. That is the order.
Okay,
That
understood.
is the final order.
Alright, 12
So
total
you,
performers.
Taxiway in the same order as the performers.
No, you're just so Chris. When you're on deck, you're just gonna go from the ramp and you're gonna pull up right to the hold short line on runway 21, right where I'm sitting right now in the sim. November 124 Mike Charlie. If you can see me, you might be on bus bus. You might not be able to see me, but you see there's an aircraft holding short of runway 21, right at the hold short bars.
I see it.
That's where you stage. Okay, so I'll let you know when to stage. So pretty much once you see Nathan take off, once I tell the Catalina to take off, I'm going to tell you to stage. That's where you're going to stage. And then when it's time for you to take off, I'll let you know all that on the airboss frequency.
Sounds good.
Any other questions? See, I knew I could do this with time to spare. Jeffrey, let the timer run on your stream. If anybody has any questions between now and 3:15, let me have it. I'm going to get myself airborne and start getting my plane set up for my performance. Again, radio silence in the Discord, except for in between performances, unless you have a very, very, very urgent question. Spectators and performers, except for Nathan, myself, and Jeffrey. Everyone else should be on 123.4 and nothing else. Let's see if we can put on a good show. Let me get myself airborne here.
Tabletop Android, just make sure that you are on the ramp somewhere away from the runway when you connect to VATSIM. But yeah, feel free to come in and spectate. It's not a problem at all.
And yes, you guys are going to hear me answer myself on Amvoice at Boss. It's going to be a little weird. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna mute Discord because I'm not gonna have that distraction.
4 minutes.
Guys, if you have your own personal discourse, please share Jeffrey's link for the air show event. That'd be great. Jeffrey, you just need to give me some kind of cue when you're, I think you actually, is he muted?
Yep.
I just need some kind of cue when you're done with your introduction, so that way I can clear myself into the box.
If you're watching my screen, you can pick it up when I switch to your aircraft.
Okay, I am watching your stream, so when you switch to my aircraft, that's my cue to enter the box. Copy that.
One minute, 12 seconds. So apparently Tabletop Android, there is scenery available. It is in the event briefing, the Virtual USA Flying Club's event briefing document. So if you go into the events channel, go up to the actual event, take a look at the briefing, it should be in there somewhere.
Seconds.
Alright, here we go. The beginning of the very first Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show 2023. I want to thank you all for coming in today.
Showtime.
Excuse me.
Jeffrey, there's no voice on your stream yet, unless there isn't supposed to be.
Yeah, confirm that, no music.
You are looking live at
Kids up.
Galesburg
There we go.
Municipal Field here in Knox County, Illinois. The host of the virtual USA Flying Club Air Show. Super excited to be here. We'd like to thank the VATSIM for approving this event. We definitely know that that they're rare to be approved, and we're really thankful for them. We want to personally thank Roger Curtis, VATGov 12, Antonio Dumovic, VA Director, Brandon Barrett, VAT USA 1, and Shane O'Neill at VAT USA 5 for helping us through the process. Another big shout out goes to the Chicago RTC for providing our perimeter coverage for today's event. And we just wanted to point out that the VATSIM network provides a wonderful environment for all flight simulator enthusiasts, and especially for those that enjoy general aviation, as the Virtual USA Flying Club likes to promote. We're looking for continued growth for our club and the love of general aviation on the network. This message is from Mike Sonante. He also wants to thank the Flying Club admin for helping him run the amazing community. He wanted us to know that there would be nothing, this club would be nothing without him.
Yeah, Twitch volume seems a little bit low.
I'd like to thank today our event streamers, namely me at Twitch.tv, Jeffrey B, Melvin Leroy at Twitch.tv, Melvin Leroy, and 8033 Fox, as well as my mic is low.
You're alright.
It's
A little low.
That's not good. Okay, good. Jeez. And then Eric Lamar at Eric Flight.
Alright, let's try that.
Lemare. I know how to say Lemare. Sorry about that. Okay, good. Also, our event sponsors today are Jet Pilot Cinnamon at Twitch TV, Jet Pilot Cinnamon. Of course, VATSIM itself at VATSIM.net. VAT USA in particular at VATUSA.net. Slant Alpha Adventures is also an active member of the community at Twitch TV Slant Alpha Adventures. And don't forget about Downwind Sim Binoculars. They're the best binos in flight sim. You can find him at downwindsim.com. And lastly, Voyager in Aviation at Fly VOY. That's Foxtrot Lima Yankee Victor Oscar Yankee.net. So with no further interruptions, what we're going to do is switch over to the field. We're going to see if we can pick up Mike, and then I'm going to take over my duties as the field announcer. So we should have Mike on the air. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, that's Mike Sonante out there. It is Cessna 170 Bravo. That is the precursor to the more current Cessna 172. It was a conventional gear. Yes, I know tricycle gear is not conventional. And he's also known, it's Mike Sonante. He's also known as Jet Pilot Cinnamon. He streams on Twitch, twitchtv.jetpilotcinnamon. He's a real-life A320 pilot for a commercial airline. He's also a VATSIM controller in the New York RTAP, or the New York Controller Region. And he's also the proud founding father of the Virtual USA Flying Club. Mike formed the club to encourage and promote GA flying on the VATSIM network. He established the club in August 16, 2019, and it's obviously still going strong. We have approximately 600 members. There are 4 to 6 group flights each month, and we also have plenty of special events like this air show. We're really happy that Mike thought of this event and he's able to pull it together. So he's approaching the field for his first pass. He's winging it, so we're going to figure out what he does when he does it, and hopefully everybody will be super excited about it. Hopefully, I think he's setting himself up for a high-speed, low approach and not some sort of tactical landing. Nice and level. Easy on the stick. Beautiful pass. Make his first low approach. High angle pull out. It's a beautiful looking livery. I think, who put that together? Oh, that would be me. Making his right hand bank turn. It's got the eagle livery on the nose. Coming back around. It's doing the impossible turn. Something that you might want to try if you were, ever engine out on a climb out. Lining back up for a low approach with a little bit of a parade pass there. Wing waggle for fun. The Cessna 170, by the way, it's an American single-engine, 4-seat general aviation aircraft produced by the Cessna Aircraft Company, between 1948 and 1956. It was the predecessor of the Cessna 172, which turns out to be the most produced aircraft in history, and we are going to have a demonstration of a 172 later today. These were produced up until 1956, as I said. There was over 5,000 Cessna 170s built, and there's 2,000 still in service today. Mike's coming back in for his second full pass. Another low approach. Looking nice and stable. Into a high G pull out. And a quick level out. Well done. This time I'd like to do a shout out to our show sponsor, Downwind Sim Binoculars. They are the best binoculars available in any sim. And as you can see, I'm using them myself. A high banked left turn by Mike. That was my host. I forgot that one. Jeez, I had these all set up and I forgot all about that. Oh, flaps on. See what he has to do here. I don't know if he's coming in for a landing. Just a low speed, super low pass and stall configuration. Could be anything, knowing Mike. This would be a bad time for a barrel roll, Mike. Don't do it. Well done. Nice low and slow speed, low pass. You can tell the way that the aircraft is kind of just on the verge of stability on that low pass. That was really kind of great to see. I got another note here, guys, by the way. If you buy those Downwind Sim binoculars, you do want to go ahead and order the Corinthian leather carrying case. It comes with a easily removable strap and a nice little slot to put your that little airphone tracker thing. So if you lose them, you can find them with your iPhone. Nice steep left turn. Mike's leveling out for another pass over the field.
little wing waggle. Practicing for everybody flies into Oshkosh. That's the only way you're going to communicate with the air traffic control there. They don't want to have a lot of radio chit-chat, so they would say something like, hey, red, white, and blue, Cessna 170, if you can see us, just waggle your wings. Nicely done. Another flight outside the field, they enter the pattern. Guys, if you're interested in joining the Virtual USA Flying Club, we are on Discord. There's a QR code. In fact, if you're looking at my chat, you can just click the link right there on my chat. Again, we are a club that's 600 strong, and we promote GA flying on the VATSIM network. Nice, just doing a rudder kicks back and forth. Kind of gives you a nice understanding of how good the VATSIM network has gotten lately. Now that we've got much faster updates in previous versions, maybe up as short as a year ago, you would not really have been able to see Mike doing the wing wag or the rudder kicks like that. So that's pretty kind of nice to be able to see that in the network. Mike's just given us the air boss has given Mike the 2-minute warning. So he didn't reply that he copied, but since he gave the message to himself, he's probably good. Nice pass over the parade field. You can see that that's C-47 Skytrain sitting there on the ramp. Another beautiful aircraft. We'll see later today. Not sure if Mike's in landing config or just doing another low pass, but it kind of looks like an approach. See that big Virtual USA Flying Club emblazoned on the side of that aircraft? Nice STOL landing. Into a ground loop. Tokyo drifting. Too bad we can't see the tire smokes and the burnouts. But yeah, look at that 2-point. That's awesome. Amazing, amazing.
Nicely done.
Everybody give them a big round of applause. For the Catalina, and I know I wrote his name down somewhere. Good grief. Maybe the air boss can tell me what the call sign is.
522.
Let's see if we can find that Catalina. There he is. All right. Alright guys, taking the field right now is Nathan Cox. His call sign's November 522. He's in a consolidated PBY Catalina. Nathan Cox is a Virtual USA Flying Club admin. He's a virtual air traffic controller at the Atlanta RTAC. He's been flight simming for nearly 2 decades. Nathan enjoys flying helicopters and old propeller airplanes, but his favorite flight sim activity is sitting right seat with his wife Emily while they fly together during Virtual USA Flying Club events. I think that's so cute. The PBY Catalina is an amphibious aircraft that dates back to World War II. The Catalina was produced by Consolidated in the 1930s and 40s. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when Nathan's setting up for his first pass, I just want to give everybody a reminder that the red zone is for the loading and unloading of passengers only, and that there should be no parking in the white zone. So as Nathan approaches the show center, he's going to push that lumbering Catalina to its top speed. It's going to be amazing to watch this thing go blistering past at 150 knots. It's obviously a flying boat, but you will notice that there is landing gear on the side. So it is capable, it is a true amphibious aircraft. The capabilities of this amphibious aircraft proved it to be an extraordinary versatile tool for Allied militaries in both the Atlantic and Pacific theaters of battle. During the war, the Catalina performed search and rescue, long-range maritime patrol, photo reconnaissance, and anti-submarine missions. It could carry up to 24 hours of fuel. So imagine being in this aircraft for 24 hours, folks. It did have an onboard galley, a refrigerator, and sleeping quarters, which was obviously essential for the crew of 10 that flew on this boat. One of Catalina's most famous missions during the war was in advance of the Battle of Midway. By May of 1942, the U.S. military had broken the Japanese naval codes, which revealed an attack on the island of Midway was imminent. A squadron of the PBY-5A Catalinas was deployed to the island. They began flying patrol missions 600 miles out into the surrounding ocean. On June 4th, 1942, Ensign Howard 80 and his crew, call sign Strawberry 5, sighted the main body of the Japanese fleet, consisting of 2 carriers, 3 battleships, and 6 to 8 destroyers. The report set into motion a battle which U.S. forces sank 4 Japanese fleet carriers and turned the tide of the war in the Pacific to the Allies' favor. So watch now as Nathan performs his low-speed pass configured for a runway landing. You'll notice the retractable landing gear is now extended for use on land. The PBY does lack leading and trailing edge wing flaps, but its sprawling wing produces more than enough lift for slow flight, like you're seeing now. Nice, slow, super slow flight. Gorgeous bird. Attention on the field, by the way, we're looking for the owner of a white and green Cessna, registration number November 127 Delta Foxtrot. You left your taxi lights on? So the Catalina could also operate as a flying boat. This enhanced its search and rescue role. The aircraft could airdrop life rafts and supplies to survivors to support them until rescue vessels could arrive. The aircraft could even land in the ocean to retrieve other aircrews who were bailed out or ditched in the sea. The expansive parasol wing mounted above the fuselage provided excellent visibility to the crew and plenty of lift for slow flight while also keeping the two engines and propellers safely above the sea spray. The two Pratt & Whitney R183092 twin Wasp engines are air-cooled and produce 1,200 horsepower each. These and the three-blade constant-speed propellers powered the Catalina to cruise speeds of 125 miles an hour. That's like 109 knots if you do the math. Over ranges of up to 2,500 statute miles. As Nathan passes show center on this next path, pay close attention to the sculpting of the underside of the fuselage. The shape allowed the smooth and stable operation on the water. The two floats also extended from the wingtips to enhance water stability while preserving the wing's streamlined profile when retracted in flight. The Catalina's biggest successful rescue was of the survivors of the sinking of the cruiser USS Indianapolis in 1945. The cruiser had been sunk by a Japanese submarine. With few lifeboats and not enough life jackets, some 900 crew members were cast adrift after abandoning the ship. 4 days later, one of the first aircraft to spot the survivors was a PBY-2 Catalina on a routine patrol flight. The aircraft dropped a life raft and a radio transmitter and it alerted all available rescue assets to the scene. The first rescuer to arrive was a PBY-5A Catalina. The pilot, Lieutenant Commander Robert Marks, took a vote of his crew and elected to disobey standing orders to not land in the open ocean. Despite 12-foot swells, he was able to maneuver his aircraft and pick up 56 survivors. Within sufficient space in the cabin, Marks ordered men lashed to the wing, making the plane unflyable. His aircraft served as a lifeboat for the remaining hours until rescue ships arrived. For decades after the war, the Catalina continued to be used in search and rescue role while also finding a new mission as a water bomber for aerial fighter fighting. Of the more than 4,000 Catalinas produced, there are now fewer than 20 that still fly today. So get your cameras out and take some stills as Nathan comes back around for his final pass of the performance. At least his performance, not the show. If you don't have a camera, sit back, take in the wonderful rumble of those two Pratt & Whitney radial engines, or at least imagine what they would sound like if they sounded like Pratt & Whitney radial engine. So here comes his final show pass, guys. Everybody give him a big round of applause. Nice wing wag. Everybody wave. Could also be interesting to check to make sure he remembers to put his gear down when he comes in for this next landing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, watching the show, we'll be right back in 1 minute.
change your show title if you have a chance, Jeffrey.
Oh, sorry. Just waiting for our next performer to get ready and be able to enter the box as we let the Catalina get on the ground. Next to enter our performance box today is Chris Soja, November 8 for Whiskey Bravo. He'll be flying the Extra 300 with the Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show Team livery. Starts off with his first pass in inverted flight. Right down, low approach. Beautiful inverted flight. Chris is a student pilot at Republic Airfield in New York. He's been flying on the network for about 2 years, mostly flying airliners. But he did get a great recommendation from some pilots about the club, and he wanted to get himself involved, and he's been flying group flights with us ever since. Today he's flying an Extra 300, which is a 2-seat aerobatic monoplane capable of competition in the unlimited category. It was designed in 1987 by Walter Extra, a German aerobatic pilot, and it's built by Extra Flugzeugbau.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Muru, hello my friend. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Out there doing barrel rolls.
This is the third performance of the air show.
The design of the Extra 300 was based on the Extra 230, an early 1980s monoplane having a wing made of wood. The Extra 300 has a welded steel tube fuselage covered in aluminum and fabric. The midset wing has a carbon fiber composite spar and carbon composite skins. It does have a symmetrical airfoil mounted with a zero angle of incidence, which provides equal performance in both upright and inverted flight. as Chris demonstrated earlier. The landing gear is a fixed tail dragger style with composite main legs and fiberglass wheel pants. My correction. The power plant is a fuel injected Lycoming 540, which produces 300 horsepower. Another low pass inverted. He is doing a 8-point snap roll. And into a somersaulting tumble into a helicopter hover landing. Well executed. Now he's doing his downwind takeoff. Nothing to worry about.
Power through, Chris.
The good news is, folks, that the X300 is stressed
Power through
for taking positive and negative 10 Gs with one person on board, and it can do positive and negative 8 Gs with 2 on board. Some X300s are registered in the experimental category under a special certificate of airworthiness, while others are type certified in the aerobatic category. There have been about 780 extras produced today. And ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for his next pass, don't forget that the Civil Air Patrol Ladies Auxiliary is giving away free massages at tent number 3. You definitely don't want to miss that.
Tabletop Android, the tower was actually demolished, but I think it might still be there in that scenery.
Chris is coming around for his next pass. Get a chance to check out his beautiful virtual USA Flying Club Air Show team livery. Sorry about this, I forgot to turn this off. We'll just do that right now. It's been annoying the whole time. There you go, he's showing us the underside of his wings, showing his colors. Let's see what Chris has in store for us next. He's coming around for his next pass. Now he's coming around for one last inverted flight, high speed inverted flight. Very, very well executed. I don't know if that was a 2-point snap roll or if that was just a VATSIMism, but it was a nice recovery.
Mr. Cessna, yes it is, directly behind me.
Chris is in his last 2 minutes of the flight. He's getting set up for his final pass. enough time. It's a high pass. And a roll back out to level flight. Well done, sir. Everybody, let's give Chris a big round of applause. That was a nice performance today. The Air Boss has cleared him in for one final pass. See what he does with it.
I might fly out and fly back into somewhere. I don't know if it'll be our departure airport or somewhere else, depending on how time permits. But yeah, we'll depart back, treat it like an actual fly-in style event.
He's coming in for his final pass. Steep dive.
I really hope my first maneuver doesn't terminate us, though.
Yeah.
If we get past the first one, we'll be alright on the remaining two.
Last one, give one last hand to Chris for a great demonstration of that extra 300 and the Virtual USA Flight Club Air Show team. So our next group getting ready to depart for the next show is a trio of Stearman aircraft. Waiting for our cameraman to catch up here. They're getting ready for takeoff. While they're taking off, we're going to spawn a 1-minute ad. We'll be right back.
Finbar 367, hello my friend. Welcome on in. We're sitting here watching the first annual Virtual USA Flying Club's air show. And then we'll be performing in our 172. After about 3 or 4 more performances, then we'll be up. So thanks for coming in, I appreciate it.
Our next group getting ready to enter the box today is the Stearman Model 75 Performance Team, consisting of John Smith, Ben Speidel, and Eric Lemaire.
You're quite welcome. I know how it can be kind of frustrating to not have all the information you may want for scenery design. I just happen to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody.
Stearman Model 75 is a biplane that was formerly used as a military trainer aircraft. There were at least 10,626 built in the United States during the 30s and the 40s.
I was able to get a copy of their snow removal
Two
plan.
Stearman aircraft Stearman aircraft then became a subsidiary of Boeing
And
in
then
1935, widely known as the Boeing Stearman or Cadet. Served as a primary trainer for the U.S. Army Air Forces, the United States Navy, and with the Royal Canadian Air Force as the cadet throughout World War II.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing your project once you get it all completed too.
So their first path today is going to be a formation loop. When they pass the runway end, they're going to go full throttle down to 500 feet, perform a loop, reestablish at 500 feet, and rejoin. They're going to fly slow at 80 knots back in formation, climbing to 1,000 feet.
Excellent. I would greatly appreciate a copy. Please don't mind me while I'm having a quick snack.
Oops. This is sometimes what VATSIM will do. Occasionally it kind of gets, when you're doing barrel rolls and back loops, it gets confused as to which orientation the aircraft's actually in.
Tabletop Android,
That
you
looks
can
like a
monitor.
really killer RC pilot.
You can monitor that frequency. Please do not transmit on that frequency. But you can monitor 123.45 to listen to the air boss. Okay, I forget where I'm at. Hold on, let me see something. So I got the Stearmans, and then 2 more performances, and then 15-minute break, and then I'll be first after the break, and then there will be 5
Reforming to make a group pass.
5 more performances afterwards.
The kite maneuver. Apparently it's called kite maneuver, the RC
Should have solo.
air show we just saw. Which just let me know which needs focus when they change focus, because it's hard to see.
Bye.
Nine 8 Papa, what we were just looking at there was John Smith, goes by Smitty. You're gonna learn a lot more about John later, because we're gonna see him later in the show.
I think you can zoom in on Ben.
And there's Ben Spidell. He's a longtime Minnesota resident. Never lived more than 2 hours from the Twin Cities. Fell in love with aviation at a young age, and just looked outside of an old farm purchased by a retired Northwest Airlines pilot. His memory of the 4-year-old wanting to be Chuck Doyle in his plane, which was also a Stearman. That's where he realized that the sound of summer is a Stearman doing a run-up. kite maneuver. Alright, so Ben's still on focus here. Got steering buzzing around here like World War I dogfighting. That looked like a really well executed implement to me. Well done, Ben. Guys, did you know that Galesburg Municipal Airport holds the current world record for most GA operations in Knox County, Illinois? It's a little known fact. Setting up on their next pass. Nice barrel roll. Also flying today with us is Eric Lamar. Eric's been in flight simming for over 25 years. He's a streamer known on the flight sim community as Eric Flight. He's also a real-world private pilot flying GA aircraft. Been a member of the Virtual USA Flying Club for a few years now. He's been known to host group flights with us, organize and host. Looks like they're setting up for another organized pass. nice formation now. And the second one. That's Eric now. They disappeared off the wrong thing, yikes. Nice recovery here.
And 7-3 Papa is going individual for Cuban 8. Focus on 7-3 Papa.
And Ben's going to be doing a couple of passes by himself. He's flying that beautiful orange and yellow livery. And then got himself into kite mode. It's an amazing performance. Snap out of it, VATSIM. All right, now here comes Eric in for a hammerhead.
Oh boy, this ought to be interesting.
Again, be sure to check out Eric at twitch.tv, Eric Flight. Oh yeah. Well done.
Steerman 98 Papa will be doing a split S runway 3 coming out 2-1.
And here comes Smitty to do a split S for his final individual pass. Everybody give a big round of applause to all three of our Steerman pilots tonight, Ben, Eric, and Smitty. in U.S. Navy colors today. So, ladies and gentlemen, they're about to make their final pass over the field today. I think it was an amazing performance by all three pilots. Really, really great to see these vintage warbirds still in the air. It's a great day for flying, by the way. We ended up with perfect weather today. A few clouds for ambiance, but not in the way. Here they come again, guys, for their final pass. Let's give them a big round of applause as they pass overhead.
Focus on 28, Papa. And if you could, you can focus on 9 Echo Foxtrot as we go by here.
There's 9 Echo Foxtrot. Eric's ready to show off something here. A nice livery. Beautiful pass, fellas.
Alright, and here comes our friend Melvin Leroy in the C-47.
All right, we're going to be right back in 1 minute. right, ladies and gentlemen, our next aircraft into the box, getting set up now, is Brant Nyberg. You famously know him on Twitch as Melvin Leroy. Or sometimes we like to say, Melvin Roy, who's that?
Tio Pernes. We're connected to the VATSIM network. So whether you're on MSFS,
so you can find Brant on Twitch TV, Twitch TV / Melvin Leroy. His streamer name is the name of his grandfather, who was the one who piqued Brant's interest in aviation at an early age.
Once you connect to the VATSIM network, it kind of brings everyone together. So even though this is an X-plane, X-plane that you're looking at, if you're connected to the network in MSFS, you can still see the air traffic. Some custom modeling was done to reflect the actual aircraft that you see.
And it's coming around for his first pass into the box. Reported to be a high-speed low pass with a high G climb out. Look at that beautiful That's All Brother livery. I'm sure the aircraft needs no introduction, but it's a Douglas C-47 Skytrain, also known as the Dakota by the Royal Air Force. It's a military transport aircraft developed from the civilian Douglas DC-3 airliner. It was exclusively used by the Allies during World War II. During the war, the C-47 was used for troop transport, cargo, paratrooper, towing gliders, and military cargo parachute drops. The C-47 remained in the front line of service with various military operators for many years. Our pilot Brant does like to fly a variety of aircraft, but he does have a special place in his heart for vintage planes. He chose the C-47 because of his love for World War II history, especially in terms of its aircraft. It's coming back around for another high-speed low pass. Approximately 100 countries' armed forces have operated the C-470 with over 60 variants. The C-47 differed from the civilian DC-3 by way of numerous modifications, including being fitted for cargo doors, hoist adjustment, and a strengthened floor, along with a shortened tail cone for glider towing shackles and an astrodome for the cabin roof.
Alright, we got one more performance after this one, then they're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be loading up in our 172 and be the first one to go after the break. I am going to fly in.
He put a note in his bio that it's his first air show and he hopes not to look like an idiot.
Tabletop Android.
And without jinxing him, so far, so good.
You stay safe. We'll see you later.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the Galesburg High School marching band boosters are washing aircraft today until 4:30. Small G aircraft are going to be $30, light twins for $45. Proceeds cover their trip to Florida for marching band next year. During World War II, the armed forces of many countries used the C-47 and modified DC-3s for the transport of troops, cargo, and the wounded. The U.S. naval designation was Romeo 4 Delta. More than 10,000 aircraft were produced in Long Beach and Santa Monica, California, And in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, between March 1943 and August 1945, the Oklahoma City plant by itself produced 5,350 C-47s. Brent's about to do another low pass. This time he's going to do a show-off turn towards the crowd. The specialized C-53 Skytrooper troop transport started production in October of 1941 at the Douglas Aircraft Santa Monica plant. It lacked the cargo door, hoist adjustment, and reinforced floor of the C-47. It only produced about 380 because all the C-47s were found to be much more versatile. And here he comes on his parade pass, the left turn. You see that beautiful "That's All Brother" livery.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Quad City reports a 1200 code about 5 miles to the south, west, I think, descending 375.
It's the
Are they trying to come
That's
in?
All Brother over
I haven't heard
75
anything
years
from them
ago
on
on June 6,
CTAF, but it is
1944.
in this direction.
This
They
aircraft, the
overflew
That's
us
All Brother,
at
led the main airborne invasion of
17,500
Normandy. It was the first aircraft
Roger, we'll ignore.
across the channel. Piloted by Lieutenant Colonel John Donaldson. Plane led over 800 C-47s that dropped over 13,000 paratroopers into a battle that changed the course of mankind. 75 years later, they were able to bring this airplane back to the skies over Normandy for the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of D-Day.
I'll let them know we're going to ignore them.
Thank you.
I personally have jumped out of a C-47 about 15 times during a big party in Zephyr Hills, Florida in 1991. I know one person, if he's still watching, you have a club member that's actually jumped out of this very That's All Brother DC-3. The That's All Brother DC-3 that led the flight into Normandy was actually sold several times and ended up being abandoned and was luckily recovered and found by two guys that donated it to their museum and fully restored it to flight, and it flies today.
Wow. That's cool.
C-47's entering the right-hand traffic pattern. You all set? You're all finished? Paper, all finished. Ready. Right, okay, Sean 4, you can take off. C-47, you can exit the box. C-47, exiting the box. Clear the takeoff hatch. Sean 4, you confirm you clear to take off. Clear to take off.
Hey, there's my plane right there on the left.
Alright guys, we'll be back in 1 minute.
Alright, one more performance, and then we're going to take I think they said a 15-minute break, interval. So after about 10 minutes, we'll go ahead and head to the plane, get things started back up so that we're up and running on the ramp when it's time to for us to perform.
Jeffrey, let them know that this is the last act before a 15-minute break.
And just to double check, at that break, I'm just going to cross over the room and we can send the rat.
Yep, at the break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from break, and we just want to let you know that this will be our final performance for this half of the break. After the end of this performance, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. So grab a snack, work your way to the facilities, and we'll have a countdown on the stream, and you'll know exactly when we're going to be back.
Hey Mike, tell whoever just took off to Squawk Mode Charlie.
Our next pilot, 200. The last aircraft to enter the box today, or for the first half of our show, not today, for this section of the show, is Charles Berry, otherwise known as 7 Charlie X-Ray. He's a real-life glider pilot. He's got a wife, 2 daughters, 3 grandkids, and 2 dogs. Probably in that order. I'm not sure about that, but I think so. He loves to golf, RC fly, so maybe he'll try to do a back roll and end up doing an RC kite flying. He loves flying an X-plane, and he lives in central California wine country. He's flying a Edge 540. So Charles' first pass today is going to be the entry pass, and he's going to try to do double loops, a half Cuban to a reverse. Let's go VATSIM. That's the Cuban. So you'll notice what he does in a Cuban is does a back loop and then does a half roll out, and now he's in RC mode. Yep, now he's doing that. Now going into his reverse Cuban. The Edge 550 is manufactured by Zivco Aeronautics, and it's a highly aerobatic aircraft, capable of 420 degree per second roll rate and a 3,700 foot per minute climb rate. It's been flown to victory on the International Unlimited Aerobatic Circuit several times since the mid-1990s. Charles is coming in to perform a double roll over the field with a half Cuban to reverse.
Yep, after the break, I'll be the next one up. That is correct, Mr. Cessna.
Chuck was born and raised and as a permanent fixture of the Los Angeles area. He lives a short walk from Rat Beach. He's under the Tango Oscar Alpha West departures and LAX Bravo. He's an alumni of Venice High. That was before Olivia and John filmed Grease there. And then UCLA. In the 70s, go Bruins. His next pass is going to be a longer approach inverted over the length of the runway. Then a roll out into a half Cuban. Guys, and before the break, I've just been handed this note. You do not want to use the third porta-john from the left. I understand anybody nearby that the last person in there is expected to make a full recovery. Now this is a vertical climb to a hammerhead stall. Oh, now he's kiting it. RC mode. Woo. VATSIM will figure it out any minute now. Charles also is a real-world flyer of gliders and has done all manner of remote control projects like slope gliders, thermal gliders, gas, electric. He's flying the Red Bull Racing. It's actually a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool RC performance, if I'm being honest. Oh, thank you. He's back, I think.
You know what's crazy, Jeffrey, is I'm seeing him do it on my sim at Mustfuss. This has got to be an X-Plane CSL thing.
Yeah, it's clearly something about ex-pilot.
Yeah.
If this was going to be a hammerhead stall and a dive to the runway, but hopefully it can snap out for his last pass. At least his Red Bull livery looks darn good doing it.
Isn't that something?
And then after this is the final notes. His final notes where he's, after his last pass, he wants to He's going to circle the land and go have a beer.
Yeah, once they break, once that 15-minute break comes about, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, grab another something to drink, and then we gotta get back and do another quick pre-flight, make sure we're good to go. So yeah, I'll be in the simulator prior to the break ending.
Jeffrey, try switching airplane, see if that helps.
So I'll probably take about 7 or 8 minutes.
I know I've seen it before. This is what somehow the X-pilot positioning is screwed up.
Here, when we get to the break, you're gonna probably have to disconnect and reconnect then.
There he goes. There he goes. Perfect timing for his last pass. And there he goes. There it's the way it's supposed to go. Well done. And now we're back into what? That's velocity not knowing what to do.
Alright, so we're landing right traffic, runway 21.
Jeffrey, if you could just announce on the stream the 15-minute break with your commentary, let them know we're going to come back. We've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 performances to go.
All right, guys, we got 6 performances left to go, and we are going to take a 15-minute break. So, go take a break, get some refreshments, but be sure to be back in 15 minutes. We've got another entire half of an air show to go.
Just be aware that you double dipped that on Airboss, but that's okay. Alright guys, break time. Stretch your legs. Second half performers, please get yourself into the ramp. Michael, you're first in the second half, so you can stage.
Will Cal. Alright, so they're taking about a 15-minute break. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. Gonna go grab something else to drink, use the restroom, and then we'll head back into the aircraft and do another quick walk around, make sure all our flight controls are still good, and get things started up and get staged up. Right, so short intermission, and we'll be right back. Thanks for sticking around. See you soon. Alright, we're just about up, so let's head on to the plane, get it started up, and get staged on over at the hold short of line and runway 21. We'll see you at the plane.
All right. We get ready to stage up on runway 21. Let me bring up the Discord audio in here. Let's expedite startup. Beacon clear. Avionics, and we're 123.45. Cessna 172 here.
Cessna 172, you can go ahead and take off, advisor ready.
Will advise when ready, Cessna 172. Alright, parking brake off. Let's go. Push to talk, okay, that's good, that's good. Alright, we're good to go.
Alright, the break is going to be ending here momentarily, everyone, so make sure you're in your positions.
Let's get landing lights on, taxi light on,
second half.
nav lights on for ADS-B, strobe lights on. Sorry, we're kind of expediting all of this startup stuff here. Double check
Jeffrey, you can slow walk the start of the second half because Minook hasn't gotten airborne yet.
Double check our heading indicator to compass.
If you want, talk a little bit more about the flying club.
Seatbelts on. Cessna 172 taking off 21.
Thank you.
Heading indicator compass, looks good.
And guys, welcome back. We are about ready to start our second half. We just want to take this moment again to thank VATSIM, VATUSA, the Chicago RTAC, and of course VATGov12 for allowing us to put this event together. Again, it was under a special request and it went through an approval process, and we're just thrilled to death that they allowed this event to happen today. And again, make sure you check our
Rudder for center.
Make sure you check out all of our Twitch streamers, Melvin Leroy, and
Airspeed,
and 8033 Fox.
Should rotate.
Eric Flight, and of course, feel free to visit me anytime you like. So all of our event sponsors: Jet Pilot Cinnamon, VATSIM at VATSIM.net, VATUSA at VATUSA.net, and Slant Alpha Adventures at Twitch TV Slant Alpha Adventures. We're going to be waiting on Mike Minook, just getting ready to Cessna 182. We're just trying to track him down on the field. And there he is.
Alright, we'll spin back around here.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the flight line, the fine folks at Watson Thomas Funeral Homes over on North Seminary Lane are giving away free
Cessna 172, when you're ready, you are cleared into the box.
5% discount of their Peace of Mind Service and Earn package to all experimental aircraft
Roger,
pilots.
Cessna 172.
So be sure to stop by and remember, you can't take it with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of the show.
Mike Minuck is getting ready to make his first pass. You can find him on Twitch TV at N8033 Fox. That's November 8033 Foxtrot Oscar X-ray.
We'll start with the prop
He's
hang.
our first performer on the second half of the show. He's a real-world student pilot. He's been a GA flight simulator.
Probably wouldn't have advertised the
over
fingers
30
channel,
years.
the fingers frequency on the stream there, guys. Probably would not have done that.
Mike also has a full Cessna 172 flight pit, or a flight sim pit. So he's got 3 screens and all of the instruments on a board, and he literally flies it in his house like he's in the airplane. He's doing a nice slow approach here into a steep ascent. He's doing a slow prop hang right now, and if he does a successful recovery, he'll do his next magical trick. So to have a nice recovery from that, you'll notice he's flying this beautiful 33 Fox livery.
That was clean.
Vet USA logo proudly emblazoned on the underside of his left wing. Yeah, sure. It was sure a clean prop hang. The Cessna 172 is a Skyhawk, is an American 4-seat single-engine, high-wing, fixed-wing aircraft made by the Cessna Aircraft Company. It was first flown in 1955. There are more 172s have been built than any other aircraft. Developed in 1948 from the Cessna 170 that you saw Mike fly earlier today, but this time with tricycle landing gear rather than the conventional landing gear. The Skyhawk name was originally used for a trim package, but was later applied to the all-standard production 172. There are some upgraded versions that include a retractable gear known as the Cutlass. There you can see that beautiful Virtual USA Flying Club logo on the top of the wing. Now Mike's going to perform a steep descent and enter into a barrel roll. Hopefully doing 2. Comes a steep descent. Into a double barrel roll.
Alright, we got 2 barrel rolls in, let's spin.
By its longevity and popularity, the Cessna 172
Spin back around, we'll gain some altitude, and we'll have to initiate another deep, steep descent for us to pull off this loop.
And as of 2015, they've built more than 44,000 aircraft, and it still remains in production today.
Clear contact, appreciate that, thank you.
Setting up to come in and perform his first of 2 loops.
Alright, there's runway.
It really is kind of iconic. It's used for a primary trainer for years and years and years.
Still is all the time.
It's kind of slowly losing popularity to aircraft like the SR-22, but it's still probably the most popular aircraft you can find.
Alright, we're almost B&E. Here we go.
So many modifications have been made, or variants for this aircraft. Yay, velocity, well done. Beautiful loop, executed by Mike and demonstrated properly by Velocity on this. You can see a Virtual USA Flying Club logo on the underside of the left wing. He's setting up for a second loop.
You spoke too soon on velocity.
I think we got velocity down.
Spoke too soon.
Oh, are we just hanging there?
Plus I'm in the middle of an ad, I didn't even realize. Just let anybody know if they're stuck like this to try to do a barrel roll. That usually fixes it in a minute or two.
Two-minute warning, and if you could, you're getting velocity a little bit. If you could do a barrel roll when you get a moment to try and fix it.
How about we just stay inverted for a minute? Until we run out of fuel. Remember, we're carbureted, we're not gravity, or we're not fuel injected, so we're gravity fed.
Hey, boss, Mitchell 98, Papa radio check, sorry, but switch sense. Clear.
Caribou stage.
Roger.
Michael, if you could just disregard. Disregard.
And there he's back.
Alright. We'll try and do a slip here.
So everybody, let's give Mike a big round of applause. Really, I mean, you know, the Cessna 172 isn't necessarily known as an aerobatic aircraft, but really demonstrated some great performances, and that's spin recovery. Last low pass.
Good show, Cessna 172. You timed it really well too. Your time's up. You can exit the box, make the right downwind.
Exiting for right downwind 21. Cessna 172.
Caribou, you can take off. Caribou, airball, you can take off.
Roger.
And we have a special treat for you today. Our very own Rob Martinek, flying the Green Lantern.
Mr. Cessna 1,
Not only does he
TO,
have
cleared
proper
contact,
delivery,
Melvin Leroy,
he's got the proper
MS9,
cosplay.
thank you so much, greatly appreciate it. Spent a lot of time practicing these maneuvers, knowing how to recover, how to enter them, a lot of research pertaining to our 172, so it means a lot, appreciate it. Alright, we're pretty low in the pattern, so we need to keep that in mind.
I'm going to spawn a... Well, no, I can't do that right now. Okay, so...
I'll be in the numbers, here we go. Let's power back, out of the crane, let's get our car peak on, we're in the wide arc, let's get 10 degrees of flaps.
100 tires at booth number 6. Bigger is better.
We'll just kind of 180 it on in there.
Did he forget to put the gear up, or is my CSL broken? I thought I checked that.
Rob, do you have the gear down or up?
I'm keeping him down.
Keith.
He's keeping him down in case you didn't hear that.
As we mentioned, Rob Marcinek is...
Caribou, you are cleared into the box when you are ready.
Ohio.
Roger.
He's 54 and is a great-looking guy, as you can tell by his photo. He loves the flight sim community and, more importantly, the friends he's made while joining. I know he's been a member of the what should we say, Flying Club for, I'm not going to say the entire time, but most,
I think we picked up a little wind there.
2.5, 3 years.
Flaps up, car peak
I
off.
think we both started flight simming around the same time in 2019. Today he's going to be flying the DHC-4, also known as the C-7A Caribou. The Tavlin
JPC, appreciate that.
DHC-4 Caribou.
Clear left, clear right.
Is a Canadian specialized cargo aircraft with a short takeoff and landing capability. First flown in 1958, and although mainly retired from military operations, it's still in use in small numbers as a rugged bush aircraft. Like the 172 before it, the DC-3 before it, I've also jumped out of this aircraft several times back in the early 90s. Rob is about to perform one of the most iconic maneuvers that can be done in a Caribou, which is the famous wheelbarrow. He's going to make
We're going to have to hurry up and park and shut off so we can hop back out.
Nose down attitude.
Go check this wheelbarrow
Roll
out.
his nose gear down the center line of the runway while keeping the mains off of the runway.
Wintech, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
This might be the pass I've been looking forward to most in this air show. I'm sure I did not jinx it.
Alright, let's go find a parking tee. We'll park and we'll hop back out and go catch the rest of the air show.
Nose down angle, full flaps. Ladies and gentlemen, also we found out that you can get 15% off your downwind sim binoculars if you use the discount code Green Lantern.
Alright, let's expedite our shutdown here. Avionics off. Let's get our lights off except our beacon for now.
Setting up a very nice approach.
Mixture lean, mags, master, beacon. Alright, let's hop back out and we'll go catch the rest of the air show. See you back at the FBO.
More of a ground clamping issue than anything else, but as you can see, that nose gear just rolls right along the center line of the runway. Rob, I didn't want to spend a lot of money on fuel today, so he's just going to make one more low pass. Rob's also an admin at the Virtual USA Flying Club. He has organized and led a few group flights with Virtual USA Flying Club. I'm just being told he's actually going to do another pass. Apparently he feels like he didn't make a perfect wheelbarrow, so he wants to come back around and show how good he is for attempt number 2. Despite what some people say, it's an amazing looking livery. While we're coming around, let's see, we gotta show one more picture. Look at the smile on his face. It's a beautiful thing. Rob is a commercial roofer by trade, so if you're ever in the Cleveland area, be sure to look up or you won't see him. Like he's setting up for the approach.
Yep, Tabletop Android just missed it. We just went. We did a prop hang, 2 barrel rolls, 2 loops, and then went inverted, and then recovered and landed.
Yeah, that's a ground clamping issue. That is not a Rob issue. I wonder if we can convince him to go gear up and make a nice low pass. Well done. Everybody give Rob a big round of applause, guys. And especially for his C7A Caribou.
M. Stein, yeah, it's been really fun. I've really enjoyed it. It's been great today. So fun. Not just me flying, but watching the other people do this stuff is really cool.
Eric made a super excited that even though we thought Rob quit, he is going to come back around and make a nice low pass. I was hoping he would go gear up for this, but I guess he's just in a gear down mode today.
downwind as you are.
You did a great job on that. Did a great job on that performance. It's a really interesting aircraft. It's an amazing the fields that he can get in and out of that with that Caribou. And in the 90s, as I mentioned before, I was at a skydiving party called the Herd Boogie, which used to happen every year in New Hanover, Pennsylvania. Thousands of skydivers from all over the world would come for that long weekend of skydiving, and that was the featured aircraft. We could get, I think, 27 skydivers in the back of it. And it has that large cargo door, and exiting that aircraft was pretty unique. Okay, guys, we've got a special event happening right now. Our very own air boss, Mike Sanante, has got a few words he'd like to share with the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Air Boss Mike Sanante. We are just waiting for John to get the Mitchell sorted. One of the engines doesn't seem to want to cooperate, but in the meantime, I was going to save this for the conclusion, but I might as well do it now. I want to thank everyone that's watching the stream on the Jeffrey B channel for the Virtual USA Flying Club. This is hopefully the first annual Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show. I want to thank all the performers for turning out, and of course all the other club members that are spectating and watching the stream tonight. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the Virtual USA Flying Club. The Virtual USA Flying Club is a VATSIM specific general aviation flying club, so the only stipulation really is that you have to be an active VATSIM member. But if you are on VATSIM and you enjoy flying general aviation, we do about 4 to 6 events a month, all related to general aviation. We don't always do air shows like this. This is obviously a special thing, and I do want to again thank Backup 12, Roger Curtis, and all the other members of the VATSIM government, and also VAT USA as well, for helping us to get the approval for this event. I also want to thank a big shout out to our good buddy Jeffrey here doing the master ceremonies. It's not an easy job to do, especially when we have a little bit of a hiccup going on right now, but really appreciate the work that he's putting in. He's highly entertaining. Make sure if you're not already to follow him on Twitch. But again, back to the Flying Club. We specialize in general aviation events. Founded this club in August of 2019 with the hopes of growing the presence of general aviation on the VATSIM network. And I think between the addition of audio for VATSIM and VATSIM Velocity and the combination of our club and a few others, such as the Pilot Club as well, they also do a great job when it comes to GA stuff. It really has grown general aviation on the network to a much higher level than when I started way back in, like 2007. So just really proud of all the members of the club, and if you're not already a member, we'd love to have you join up. The link's been floating about in Jeffrey's stream here all night, so consider it. Get on in here. We want you to join us, do some flying with us, make some friends. I've made plenty of now lifelong friends, all of my admin really. I really want to thank them as well for helping me out with the club, so appreciate you guys hanging out for the show. We apologize for the slight delay here. I'm going to check and see if John is ready to go. Mitchell, how are we looking?
Unable.
John, take your time. We'll wait for you. Jeffrey, if you want to just fill in now until he gets back.
Alright guys, so we're on a little bit of a pause here while John gets a chance to reboot his sim and come back in, and we know that it was running earlier today, so that shouldn't be a big issue. So I think what we'll do is do another little fly around here and see what we got as far as the overall look of the field. There's Mike there in the center. We pick somebody over at the ramp. Oh, I know I can focus on here. Let's focus on one of our upcoming performers here. It's going to be the C-130J, Blue Angels Transport. We're looking forward to seeing that guy. We also are looking forward to seeing Nicholas Morelli. He's going to be up on deck 4. He's 9-4 Alpha Mike. He's flying. Don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he's hiding in the hangar. Oh yeah, there he is. He's hiding in the hangar. You can see his nose sticking out right there. All right, he's got his nose sticking out. We're going to have Dave is going to be flying the Mustang. He's parked over here. He's ready to go. Engine's running, so that's a good sign. And we're going to, we can show you just another quick little flyover of the airport. We'll turn off this thing right here. There we go. We thought we were doing it right. There we go. That's better. Sheesh.
Spinny, how long till
I
you
knew what I
think?
was doing. It does look great, doesn't it? Thanks to 3 Fox. He's actually recreated
Nicholas,
this
you ready?
airport for us here not that long ago, just in time for this event.
Go ahead and stage, Nicholas. John, just plan to go after Nicholas if you can get it ready after in about 10 minutes. Jeffrey, just switch up Nicholas and John in the order. We're going to have Nicholas go now so John can get himself sorted.
I was also having engine issues. I just had to do a respawn and reboot, so I'm doing my startup now. We'll hope it holds.
So I can wait for our next aircraft. We're going to do a little bit of a change up in our order here. We're going to lead off
John,
the second
take your
half.
time, get ready if you need more time.
Sorry,
to
the second act of the second half with Nicholas Morelli. He's going to be flying that F-16.
Whoa.
I think he's getting ready to start that sucker up now. Let's see, that is not him. We need to be over at 4 Alpha Mike, I think. Let's see. He's on the move. Still stuck in the hangar. Might need maintenance to come help with the garage door opener there or something like that. I'm not sure what's going on. But we'll see. We can take a look at it. Let's see if we got some any cool runway locations. We'll do a rundown. Do a little drone shot. Shooting down runway 21. The drone performance act of the day. When we get down to the other end of runway 3 end, we'll just bring our drone right on back. Did a snap jump there because the host got impatient.
Well, we were due to hit a snag at some point.
The P-51D is looking good. You can see 3 Fox sitting there.
I think Nicholas is on the move now.
P-51D.
Warbirds, man, they're just cantankerous.
Second got
Finicky, right?
another Cessna 172. Maybe King Air. There you go, right out of the hangar. I do have to make a program note, folks. That is pretty loud, right? The air. Let me know if that's the right volume level for the air boss right now. Just give me an idea in chat. So here's just a program note for Nick Morelli's run. this looks a lot like an F-16 Air Force Thunderbird, but it is in fact a Hawker Hunter. I wasn't going to respond to chat, but Steve PHL
John,
just
let me
dropped
know
a
in
5 bomb,
Discord
so
when
I
you've
have to
got
say
it all going.
something nice about Steve. I can't thank you enough for that, buddy.
Will do. And
Nick Morelli is a 30-year-old sim pilot.
Yeah, just
Been
let me know when
flying
you
on
got it all
sims
figured out, and then you can
since
stage.
the early 3000s. So I'm going to have to switch back to my other camera, and this is going to take a hot minute. We did that wrong. So let's see, where is he at? There he is, doing his
You might
takeoff.
want to switch that John Smith to
He's gonna, first maneuver he's going to attempt is the low, slow,
Jeffrey,
and
you gotta
dirty.
switch the plate.
So it's going to be flap, speed brakes out.
The name. And yeah, you gotta switch the whole plate.
Oh, there we go. Thank you for that. No, I just got a programming note that my nameplate was wrong. Yep, so we've got Nicholas Morelli, November 394, Alpha Mike, flying the Hawker Hunter. And like I said, it is showing as an F-16, but he is actually flying the Hawker Hunter. Again, his first maneuver in the Hawker Hunter is going to be the low, slow, and dirty. Flaps down, speed brakes on. This is going to be your best opportunity for your for photos of this aircraft. After that, he's going to be coming in screaming hot. The Hawker Hunter, by the way, is a transonic British jet-powered fighter aircraft that was developed in the late 40s and early 50s, designed to take advantage of the newly developed Rolls-Royce Avon turbojet engine and a swept wing. It was the first jet-powered aircraft produced by Hawker to be procured by the RAF on September 7, 1953. The first prototype broke the world air speed record for aircraft, achieving a speed of 727.63 miles per hour. Here he comes in his first photo pass. Beautiful, beautiful slow pass.
I don't think I came through on your stream there, Jeffrey.
Air Boss is barely audible in the stream now.
I got it turned down too much. I was told the mix was good. It was not good. I blame chat. The single-seater Hunter was introduced to service in 1954 as a maneuverable day interceptor aircraft, quickly succeeding first-generation jet fighters, such as the Gloucester Meteor and the de Havilland Venom. The all-weather night fighter role was filled by the Javelin.
Good now.
He's coming back in for a Blue Note pass. It's a high-speed pass, creating a sound a Hawker Hunter is known for, called the Blue Note.
That's impressively fast in the sim.
Should I? Oh, I could have done my slide missile here. That was the Hawker Hunter Blue Note. This next pass
Last.
is supposed to be a loop pass, but I would suggest the air boss tell him. You might want to tell him to do the loop pass last. So his next one, hopefully he can burn the speed off to do a slow roll pass. So he's coming in for, I think, what's going to be his loop pass? Or not loop pass, I'm sorry, slow roll pass. Yeah, that's a slow roll pass. Just because of velocity, we've asked him to do his loop pass last. Very nicely done. It's a good looking bird.
Yeah, John David Hooker for the last three. If you have a loop in your performance, plan to do it last because of velocity.
Late in the 1960s, following the introduction of the supersonic English electric lightning in the interceptor roll, the Hunter transitioned to being operated as a fighter bomber and for aerial reconnaissance missions. We use a dedicated variants for that purpose. The two-seat variants remained in use for training and secondary roles with the RAF and the Royal Navy until the early 1990s. 60 years after its original introduction date, it's still in active service, being operated by the Lebanese Air Force until 2014.
I've got a Cuban 8 and a couple of other things in addition to a loop, so we're going to have to hope for the best on this one.
Roger.
Comes an Immelman pass to a reverse direction. Fingers crossed on velocity. There's a nice little rollout. And guess what? We'll be able to do a quick barrel roll. It should hopefully fix velocity. Hopefully when he levels off, we'll be able to do a quick barrel roll. It should hopefully fix velocity. The Hunter saw combat service in a range of conflicts with several operators, including the Suez Crisis, the Aden Emergency, the Sino-Indian War, the Indo-Pakistani War of 1965. Looks like he is velocity out. The Second Congo War, the Six-Day War, the War of Attrition, and the Yom Kippur War. Overall, 1,972 Hunters were manufactured by Hawker Aircraft, and it's a success for Hawker Siddeley, as well as being produced under license overseas. In British service, the Hunter was replaced in its principal roles by the Lightning, the Harrier, and the Douglas F-4 Phantom.
Yeah, hopefully.
Now he's going to try, I think, attempt his low approach, go around, high performance climb out. And then his last pass, I hope, will be his loop pass. There goes that gear up. And it's going to perform a go around with a high performance climb. Somewhere somebody's yelling, Yahoo! Hunters used to be used by two Royal Air Force display teams, the Black Arrows, who on one occasion looped a record-breaking 2200s in formation, followed later by the Blue Diamonds, who flew 16 aircraft. Overall, it eventually served a total of 21 overseas air forces. This is going to be our final pass. Our final pass, performed by Nicholas. It's going to be his loop pass. 50-50 shot. It's going to end up in a RC kite maneuver, but hey, that's entertaining too. And away he goes. And as we predicted.
Ah, VATSIM in this frickin' loop, man.
Oh, well, there he goes. Well, maybe. Could be.
Alright, so we've determined for the next air show events that no loops, because VATSIM velocity does not take the loops.
Did that happen on us too for Microsoft Flight Simulator?
It sure did. It happened. I think it's an X-plane thing for Jeffrey. So.
Yeah, MSFS was fine.
Yeah, I think it's been an X-plane thing. So we might have to just we may have having to talk to whoever the developer is for X-Pilot. Give them a link to the show and let them know that they gotta sort their stuff out when it comes to the loops.
Well, it can't be that bad of a fit.
It's the same guy that does both.
It probably is, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we're breaking velocity
I'm pretty
today.
sure
Ross
it's
Carlson
the same
does
guy
pretty much
that does
everything.
both.
Is it Ross?
It might be.
Yeah, I think it's Ross does both.
Alright, well, once we get this video uploaded to YouTube, we're gonna send it to Ross and tell him, hey, we got something for you.
Yeah, I think it's Ross does both.
Yeah, I was running the Swift client on Xbox 12.
Jeffrey, just remember this is John now, out of order, so you gotta go back to John Smith and the Mitchell. There you go.
Alright, our next aircraft, our next pilot put into the box is none other than John Smitty Smith. We all know him by Smitty. He's November 6298 Papa. He's been flying virtually ever since the very first Microsoft Flight Simulator was released. His father was a real-world private pilot. But his father struggles in the simulator compared to real-world flying. Smitty's used the tool to understand how aircraft flew and how to navigate them, and to this day, Smitty flies with his 82-year-old father and their 1980 Moody M20K. He's an admin of the Virtual Flying Club and the Voyager Virtual Airline. He's flying a P-25 Mitchell today. The North American B-25 Mitchell is an American medium bomber that was introduced in 1941, named in honor of Brigadier General William Billy Mitchell, a pioneer of U.S. military aviation. approach pass. He's way back around for his second pass. Used by many Allied air forces, the B-25 served in every theater of World War II, and after the war ended, many remained in service, operating across 4 decades. Produced in numerous variants, nearly 10,000 B-25s were built. Coming back around for a parade pass. Again, guys, Smitty is an active member and admin of the Virtual USA Flying Club. Has put together and hosted a few group flights, so just keep an eye on my chat where the link is constantly popping up on how to join the Virtual USA Flying Club. Really, the only requirement is that you are a member of VATSIM in good standing and that you have a love for general aviation.
WestJet, hello, my friend. Alright, well, the first loop went well. Tio, so yeah, I'll have to check that out in the playback.
Coming around for his
see how
third
that
pass.
went. So he only crept out on the second.
Some of the variants that were built for the B-25 Mitchell
well.
Include several limited models, such as the F-10 reconnaissance aircraft, the AT-24 crew trainers, and the United States Marine Corps PBJ-1 patrol bomber. In fact, I think the PBJ, if I'm not mistaken, took over that principal role from the Catalina that we saw in the first half of the air show today.
WestJet, I'm doing pretty well.
If anybody attended Flight Sim Expo in Houston a few short weeks ago, there was the opportunity to get a flight on this bird.
We did our performance. It went pretty well.
Oh yeah, they were actually doing B-25 flights on the during the expo.
A firm, but they're like $500 or something.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
That's no worries. It'll stay on Twitch, and then this one will go over to YouTube once we're all said and done.
Just a quick reminder, guys, the white zone is for loading and unloading of passengers only. There is no parking in the red zone.
So we got a couple more performers, so the air show actually ends, and then we'll depart Galesburg. We'll probably head back to...
He's coming back around for another pass.
Peoria. Or somewhere else. For a landing, and then call it a day.
Really a perfect day for flying here at the air show.
Yeah, we lucked out.
Lucky in that regard.
I was afraid we weren't going to get it, but we got it.
It's great seeing all these old vintage aircraft ramp area. Now he's doing an overpass of with the left bank parade pass. You guys might remember this aircraft was also the aircraft involved in that famous Doolittle raid. Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle attacked the mainland of Japan 4 months after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. It was basically a one-way trip. The raiders took off from the carrier USS Hornet, bombed Tokyo and 4 other Japanese cities. 15 of the bombers subsequently crash-landed en route to recovery fields in eastern China. The losses resulted in the task force being spotted by a Japanese vessel, which forced the bombers to take off 170 miles early, fuel exhaustion, stormy nighttime conditions, and zero visibility, along with the failure to activate electronic homing aids at the recovery bases. Only one B-25 bomber landed intact in Siberia, where its 5-man crew was interned and the aircraft was confiscated. Of the 80 aircraft members that took off that night, 69 survived their historic mission and eventually made it back to American lines. So guys, as Smitty comes through for his final pass, let's give him a big round of applause. Smitty and his B-25 Mitchell. Wing wag.
Two performances to go.
Okay, we're going to be right back after this short break.
Big, beautiful doll.
Albert, you can stage. On the move.
I got 45 seconds of ads.
Roger.
While we're still in the break, the Mitchell is named after Billy Mitchell, who Milwaukee also named their airport after.
Wow.
I did not know.
Nice.
That's a fun fact.
You're gonna have to just loiter out there for a couple minutes, David, while Smitty gets back in.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. All approach the field as soon as our Mitchell gets on the ground is going to be Dave W.
Any notable
flying the
performances you missed?
P-51 Mustang, big, beautiful doll.
There were quite a few decent performances. I thought they were all good for the aircraft involved. And Mr. Cessna, well, you know, he just kind of hang out there for no other reason other than that's just where I put him.
There's a Dave out there waiting for his call from the air boss to enter the box.
It's gonna be a couple minutes.
Waiting for
Nothing more
Smitty
than
and
a
Mitchell
clock
to
and a
get safely
thermometer.
on the ground here. I've just been informed, by the way, that Billy Mitchell, who they named that B-25 off of, or for, is also the name of, oh shoot, what airport was I told?
Milwaukee.
Who's got that note? Milwaukee, that's right. Milwaukee Airport.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Same name.
Clark City's wanted me to pass along that both the performers are outside the lateral bounds of the TFR right now.
Understood. I'm gonna rein them back in.
Just give us a few seconds, folks. We're just getting the aircraft staged where we need them to stage before we can start our next performance. It's a P-51D Mustang, so this one's going to be worth the wait. You guys don't forget about downwindsim.com. It's actually where you can find out about not necessarily a virtual USA flying club, but certainly a lot of the members like to join up on the first Monday of every month for the Bush League Series, hosted by Melvin Leroy, Downwind Sim. You can go to downwindsim.com and also keep a close eye on the Melvin Leroy channel. Follow him, look for his Discord. There's a lot of announcements about the Bush League Series on Melvin Leroy's Discord channel. Okay, so I'm told now that the Mustang's been cleared in the box. I'm going to, Dave W. is flying our big beautiful doll today, is a computer nerd by day and an airplane nerd on the weekends. He's been flying on flight simulators since the Bruce Artwick FS 2.0. He likes to fly almost anything from ultralights to airliners, but lately he's been fixated on backcountry and off-airport flying. Outside of the sim, he's a dad of 3 with great kids, an outdoor enthusiast, an amateur luthier and musician. He's going to try anything once except skydiving. Well, I did the skydiving 121 times, so on average, that's about 60 each. His first pass today is going to be a low altitude, high speed pass into a full Cuban 8, followed by several barrel rolls to fix velocity. a full Cuban 8 as he goes inverted, then barrel rolls out into another loop, and then barrel rolls out. And so far, so good. Knock on wood. That's the first half of the Cuban 8. That's the Cuban 4, I think they call it. I'm sure they don't call it that. I just made that up on the spot. Into his second half of the Cuban 8 loop. And my goodness, it survived the velocity test. Well done. The P-51D Mustang, produced by North American Aviation, is an American long-range single-seat fighter and fighter bomber used during World War II and the Korean War, among other conflicts. Mustang was designed in April 1940 by a team headed by James Kindleberger. Now here comes Dave performing a 4-point roll. Beautifully executed. Mustang was designed to use the Allison V1710 engine, 1710 engine, which had limited high altitude performance in its earlier variants. The aircraft was first flown operationally by the RAF as a tactical reconnaissance aircraft and fighter bomber, known as the Mustang Mark I. Replacing the Allison with the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine resulted in the P-51BC, transformed the aircraft's performance to altitudes above 15,000 without sacrificing range. Here Smitty's doing an 8-point roll. Actually, I'm sorry, that was his barrel roll, folks.
It's also Dave, not Smitty. Hang in there, Jeffrey. We're almost at the end.
Did I say Smitty? I apologize, Smitty. It's Dave. I apologize, Dave. All right, he's coming back around for his next pass.
Also extended the TFR.
I think this is going to be an 8-point roll.
Thank you. We should only need about another half an hour at the most.
I think he did a loop. He did a loop, so hopefully he does a barrel roll soon.
Well, we're definitely pushing velocity to its limits today. And I don't think it was necessarily designed for a lot of inverted aircraft, but
at the start of the Korean War, the Mustang, by then redesignated the F-51, was the main fighter of the United States until jet fighters, including North American's F-86, took over that role.
Hopefully
the Mustang then became a specialized fighter bomber.
Improve over time.
Despite the advent of jet fighters, the Mustang remained in active service with air forces until 1980s. After the Korean War, Mustangs became popular Civil War birds and air racing aircraft, as seen here today. Another barrel roll.
I use the performance. I think there's 3 tiers of it. I use the top tier. And that's because I use it in the real world too. If I was only doing flight simulation with it,
now Dave's coming around for his next pass.
But I use performance.
That's his inverted pass. Performed beautifully.
Nicely done.
They was hoping to be able to do Cubans at the end of every pass, but based on velocity, he's just going to do something a little more conventional. And now he's coming around, I think, for his last and final pass, which should be a beautiful knife edge photo pass. So get your cameras ready. Here comes his knife edge photo pass. Everybody give Dave a big round of applause.
Well done, well done. And there's going to be
Beautiful,
one more
beautiful
performance.
demonstration of the power of that powerful old fighter.
Just remember that this next performance by Fat Albert's going to start with the takeoff.
We'll be right back.
So his takeoff is the start. Check. Don't forget to switch your graphic for this last one here.
Okay, guys, our last and final performance of the evening is our for Virtual USA's Flying Club own call sign Hooker. You might be a little bit wondering why he's call sign Hooker, but he is a real-life pilot for the U.S. military. He flies an aircraft very similar to this guy, and that's all he can tell us without having to kill us. So he's going to start the show with Fat Albert's famous Fat Albert takeoff. The pilot's going to rotate Albert at 80 knots. He's going to stay 4 to 5 feet off the ground in ground effect for a long float. Then clean up, gear up, and reach 175 knots, pitching up to 55 degrees.
Hold on. Oh, too many slashes.
Navy, Fat Albert Airlines actually operates the United States Marine Corps C-130J with 4 Rolls-Royce turboprop engines capable of more than 18,000 pounds of thrust each. Fat Albert Airlines is actually critical to the overall mission of the Navy Blue Angels team. The C-130 joined the team in 1970 as their support aircraft. And in addition to being its opening attraction at air shows across the country, Fat Albert's primary mission is to transport the 35,000 pounds of cargo and 60 Blue Angel team members to every show throughout the country.
That's a big bird.
So Hooker's next pass is going to be coming in from right to left for a parade pass at 300 feet. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but I have watched him in practice do a wheelbarrow approach in this one guy. I don't know that it's officially sanctioned in the aircraft, but I've seen it done. He's coming around for his second pass now. Really is an elegant looking aircraft. This parade pass, he's going to do a left bank turn after his right bank turn. And exit over the terminal building. Great shot to take photos. By the way, guys, if you're making long flights in small aircraft, you want to check out the G-Wiz catheter table at booth number 5. Their air show special is buy 5, get 3 free, so take advantage of that today.
Alright, let's try this again.
Alright guys, Fat Albert's coming back around for his third pass. It's going to be a flat pass at 100 feet, approximately 320.
Okay, hold on, let's try it again.
I'm sorry, at 100 feet AGL at about 320 knots. So this is what we would call a high-speed, low pass. After which he's going to do a 45-degree climb to 2,500 feet AGL and come around for his fourth pass. You can see him picking up speed now, lining up for his low approach.
That's the correct one. I mean it this time.
Into his 45-degree climb. It's going to climb to 2,500 feet AGL in the left pattern.
Awesome. Good deal. Glad it worked.
And what he's going to do is do a head-on crosswind pass at about 250 AGL, doing 280 knots. Crossing center stage area, and then that famous Fat Albert climb out. And then finally, he's going to be setting up for his last maneuver of the day and the closing maneuver of the first annual inaugural Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show. He's going to enter a final, a 2 nautical mile final at 1,800 AGL and set up for a tactical landing. A short field tactical landing basically means he's going to be pitched down steep, flare out at the last second, and stop it as quickly as he can. This was a maneuver commonly used when they had short, soft fields that were steep approaches in combat zones.
This will be interesting.
There he's leveled off and setting up. Full flaps.
Skip these techniques on the check ride. Probably a good idea.
It's amazing juxtaposition from that high-speed pass you did a couple passes ago to this low and slow lumbering beast.
We might have to do that short field landing.
Should expect to see him pitch down. Yep. This must look like you're flying straight into the numbers here.
Look at that.
And then the flare out. And get her down. And if we're very, very lucky, he'll do a little wheelie hop salute for the crowd as he backs into his parking space.
Nicely done. Nicely done. What's that thing got? Reversers on it?
Look for that wheelie. There you go, guys. Everybody, let's give a big round of applause to Captain Callsign Hooker and his Fat Albert C-130.
Alright, let's head back to the plane. We gotta go join.
Which runway we're at?
Alright, let's head back to the plane. Let's go join the runway for this group photo. That's not what I want.
What was that where you want us to...
All the performers line up next to me, pointing to the west. Point to the west along the center line of the runway.
All right.
Jeffrey, you can do some closing remarks on your stream and then grab a photo.
Let's expedite startup. Brakes on. Master. Beacon. Mixture. One on the primer. Okay, that's in
Talking
the
on
lock.
your stream, I don't hear you, Jeffrey.
And clear. Clear left, clear right, clear front. Max to start. Okay.
So guys, I'd like to thank everybody that showed up today.
Let's get our lights on.
Or audience member or just,
Avionics.
joining in on the stream, not knowing what you were going to expect, but this is our first
Park and
annual
brake off.
inaugural Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show. We were very fortunate to get the approval of VATSIM at the highest levels, VATGov 2, VATGov 12?
Backup 12.
Backup 12. We also got the cooperation of VAT USA, especially the cooperation of the Chicago Arctic. And we're really thrilled to have you all come out.
Approaching runway 21.
And participate in the air show however you did it.
Into runway 21, 5,000 feet remaining.
This was put together by Mike Sanante for the Virtual USA Flying Club. It is a very, very active club for general aviation.
All performers just holding this position as we wait for the finish of closing remarks. We'll let Jeffrey have some time to get some photos before we release.
Member of good standing in VATSIM itself, and obviously have a love of general aviation. So really thanks again. We're going to take a few screenshots here. We get our final
I think there's still a couple more people rolling in, so you're gonna have to do some wide shots of all the performers here.
Thank you guys all once again. Just let. We're still gathering.
I think we've got one more just from the left. That one last guy coming in from the left. That should be all your performers there. You can go ahead and take the shots.
Mike, Tree Fox coming in. Alright, taking our last screenshots.
If you can somehow get different angles.
Alright, guys. We're going to get some different angles. What the heck happened there? Fox, there. Awesome. Alright.
Alright, all performers, please clear the runway and enter the taxiways back to the ramp carefully so that we don't run into each other. At this point, we can consider the TFR closed and the airfield open for normal operation.
Alright.
Good job, tip box.
Let's go ahead and vacate.
Alright guys, well thanks again for watching the stream with us today, participating in the first annual and inaugural Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show. It was really a pleasure to host it with you. I think all of our pilots did a fantastic job, and of course Mike for keeping everything so organized was fantastic as well.
Zachary, you can go ahead and lift the TFR.
Hopefully you'll come back and watch a couple other streams.
Sorry,
Also,
Zach, I was trying to tell you the frequency.
please
My
watch the
battery
streams
died.
of all the other guys that supported this flight today.
Tabletop Android.
Shoutouts.
Thank you for that. I will pass that along.
Melvin Leroy.
Excellent work, put this one again.
Everyone, please don't thank me. Thank Jeffrey. Jeffrey put in all the hard work for this between the graphics and the displays and the commentary and everything. So, round of applause for Jeffrey Beckers, please.
Thanks a lot to everybody who put it on.
Thank you all. That was great.
Yeah, for sure. That was awesome. I appreciate it.
Well done, everyone.
Jeffrey, you and I aren't done. You're going to stick around with me a little bit.
We'll see if I can get
Whoa.
because I streamed today, but if not, we'll see you next Wednesday. And I'm going to start this raid, and then I'm going to be helping Mike get this video done. So we'll see you guys next time.
Jeffrey, when you wrap up your stream, meet me in the admin channel. Everyone that came out, performed, spectated, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you being part of the first annual Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show. It went way better than even I expected. I'm not gonna lie. It went fantastic. Great show. Great job, guys. We'll do it again next year. Our next event is, I think it's Brent's running the next event on Thursday night. Sure is, July 13th.
Yeah, buddy.
Make sure you guys are there at the 10 Eastern, so it's a nice West Coast start for you West Coasters. Nice late start for you guys. So go ahead and make sure to check the details out for that. And yeah, thank you guys so much for the big success on the air show. I'm gonna just make the call at the event count being 30. I'm just gonna wing it and say 30 for the event count. That seems like a fair number.
Very well done. Good job all around.
Jeffrey, I'll meet you in the admin-only channel in about 5 minutes.
Alright. Let's go ahead and regroup here. Let me set my parking brake for a minute. I need to step out for just a second. I'm going to leave the plane running. I'm going to step out and walk backwards, not forwards. And I will be right back, and we'll go ahead and depart and probably fly. You could probably fly back to where we departed from at Peoria International. So, alright, I'll be right back with you all. I thought I was going to have enough beverage to get us back to our destination, but I'm going to go refill and I'll be right back. Alright, here we are. So do you want to go back to Peoria? I think we'll make this route a little bit longer. And we'll go to Abe Lincoln. Not Abe Lincoln, Abe Lincoln. We'll pack for this. Let's get on the Unicom. Squawk VFR. Okay. Let's take a look at our en route weather real quick. We're not going to go through and do a whole nother flight briefing, but if we look at the surrounding area, we can see that we're VFR at Peoria, VFR at Macomb, and VFR at Abe Lincoln, Sierra Papa India. So let's go ahead and file a flight plan for that.
And November 125, Sierra Bravo, taking off runway 21, Gettysburg at Alpha.
We're going to have enough fuel to make that trip. We're going to have plenty of fuel still. Still got about 16 gallons in each wing. So yeah, we've got plenty of fuel. What else do we want to talk about? Let's go ahead and brief Abe Lincoln. I'm not too familiar with the airport. Any NOTAMs? Taxiway Kilo is closed. Taxiway Bravo between 4 and 22. Approach end at runway 13 is closed. Weather right now, winds are out of the north at 10. Sky's clear, visibility is 10. Runway lengths. We've got 04 and 22 to work with today, which is 8,000 feet long. We got plenty of runway there. 150 feet wide, so we have plenty of takeoff or plenty of landing performance. And it is 74 nautical miles direct. Fuel burn is going to be about 9 gallons, which we've still got plenty of fuel there. Bit of a headwind. Alright. Bacillus Maxima, so welcome aboard Felicity. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's get our knee board on. Run back through our checklist, make sure we're not missing anything. Okay, just another real quick safety briefing for anybody that just came on board. Seat belts operate and fasten just like they would in your vehicle. In a normal automobile, you got a male portion of the buckle, snaps to the female portion. When you hear the firm click, it is secure, and to release the buckle, you press the orange button right in the middle. The 2 air vents, the left and upper right of the airframe. They work on a ram air style effect. You can rotate them up and down. Just don't rotate them directly at your face because it has tendency to interfere with the intercom. You can keep them pointed down, but just don't have them pointed directly at your face. Fire extinguisher is located behind us. It's type BC fire extinguisher, enough to handle anything that we might encounter here in the airframe in that unfortunate event. You pull the pin, aim at the base of the fire, and squeeze the handle and swing back and forth from side to side. 2 exits on the airplane. You exit the plane the same way it came in. Doors open by pushing out. Doors closed by pulling in to your film latch. Headset goes over your head, looks like a pair of earmuffs would. And ensure the microphone boom is directly in front of your lips. If you can't hear yourself talk, then I cannot hear you talk. Speaking of talking, feel free to talk throughout the duration of the flight. There may, however, be a time when I need you to remain quiet while I'm talking to ACTC. Now just hold up one finger like that just to kind of signal you to remain quiet momentarily, and I will tell you when it's a good time to go ahead and talk again. Speaking of talking, I do like to hear about other airplanes in the sky, so if you do happen to see traffic while we are airborne, please feel free to point them out however you see fit, either in front, airplane, I see an airplane to the right, or I see an airplane at the 9 o'clock, whatever nomenclature suits your needs. And do you have any questions over any of the safety information we've gone over? Okay, I didn't think you would. So, we've got our attack time for 0.4, and circuit breakers are in, alternate static is in. We're already running, so we're kind of bypass our start checklist here. But we're just checking over, mixture's rich. Primers are in and locked. Okay, masters on, beacons on. Landing lights on. Taxi lights on for safety. Okay, so we're good there. So we are ready to move along to our taxi checklist. Seat belts, and we are secure. Okay, flaps are up. Avionics are on. Let's get some updated weather information.
Kilo, Golf, Bravo, Golf, airport information, Oscar, 2155, Zulu, weather, wind, 322 at 8, visibility, 10, sky clear, temperature, 25, dew point, 17, altimeter, 2991, advise on initial contact, you have information, Oscar.
Okay, that came from,
Kilo.
That came from Active Sky. However, we do have an actual VATSIM ATIS online at 121.2, so let's go ahead and, correction, 125.905. So let's tune that one in, so we actually get VATSIM ATIS, 125.905. Okay, no, that ATIS is down. I stand corrected. So that is who we're going to need to talk to approach. Airplane falling out of here. So I get that on standby. Listen
Kilo,
to our ATIS
Golf,
again.
Bravo, Golf, airport information, Papa, 2155, Zulu, weather, wind, 322 at 8, visibility, 10, sky clear, temperature, 25, dew point, 17, altimeter, 2991, advise on initial contact, you have information, Papa.
Okay. Winds are out of 320 at 8. I'm going to set my heading bar
Kilo.
to the wind direction. Gives me a visual on my takeoff roll. Everyone's still using 2-1 for departure, so that's what we'll plan to use. It's going to give us a bit of a tailwind. Kind of a cross tailwind. Okay. Parking brake off. Actually, we do need to do a new flight plan real quick. So let's do this. So we are at Golf Bravo Golf, and we are going to Abe Lincoln. Let's see. Sierra Papa India. Okay, Sierra Papa India, en route time for this flight is probably going to be close to, we'll just say 45 minutes. And we have about 4 hours and 30 minutes of fuel on board. A VFR direct. Oh man, I'm gonna have to refresh this whole thing. Alright, we'll do this again. Bell sign November 8033 Foxtrot. We are type 172. Lightweight category, golf on board. GBG, off block time. 18, 6, 7, 9, 10, 22, 30. Altitude 3,000. Airspeed is going to be, let's say 100 knots or so. Arrival was Kilo Sierra Papa India. En route time 45 minutes. 4.5 hours of fuel. VFR. And we'll put our channel name in the remarks. Okay, now that's filed. Mustafa, welcome aboard, my friend. Glad to have you. Hope your day's been going well. We just finished our Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show, and we're getting ready to depart Galesburg and head to Abe Lincoln. We filed our VFR flight plan with the VATSIM, and once we depart, we'll get a hold of approach and get flight following for as long as we can. Okay, parking brake's gonna go off. Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's double check our heading indicator to compass. I've been building this flight training device for about 10 years now. We've almost got it certified by the FAA. A couple more steps and hoops I need to run through. Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot at the ramp, taxiing runway 21 via Alpha, Galesburg. Jeffrey Beckers, thank you so much for your resubscription. Absolutely outstanding performance today as the Master of Ceremonies for our Virtual USA Flying Club's Air Show. Let's take a look at that windsock, and we are going to have a bit of a crosswind. I am fully wrapped around 360-degree visuals, yes sir. We are not running any projection. We have 4 LCD displays that are calibrated to Immersive LCD Pro. So it really kind of provides that sense of illusion of full immersion. So yes sir. Alright, let's stop here at the hold short line. We'll run through a quick run-up. Keep our nose pointed towards 2-1 final. Make sure no traffic's going to come in. And looking down the runway, looks like runway's clear. We'll double check that. Okay, so, okay, mixture's rich. Lights on. Trying to find a good balance of getting the air, but not blowing past the microphone. Can be tricky sometimes. Okay. Alright, seatbelts are on, flaps are up. Avionics are on. Well, we already did all that. We're on our run-up checklist. Brakes are on. Fuel is on both. Trim. Set our trim for takeoff. Flight controls down on the right, up on the left, down on the left, up on the right. Elevator and rudder are true and responsive. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay, primers in and locked, mixtures in for best power, and we're 1600 RPM. Left mag, there's a drop. And right mag, there's a drop. Carb heat, there's a drop. Carb heat off, suction's in the green, oil pressure, oil temperature are good. Got good fuel flow, manifold pressure is good. And let's go ahead and idle back, double check our heading indicator to compass, that looks good. Runway 21 final looks clear. Let's get our strobes on. runway 21 looks clear. Okay, we're clear for takeoff. Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot. It is taking
Approach
runway
runway 21.
21.
Enter runway
Straight out
21,
departure, Galesburg.
5,700 feet remaining.
We'll do a soft field takeoff. Actually, let's just go to a soft field. How about that? Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, taking runway 21 in the grass, Galesburg. Alright, let's not come to a stop. Let's keep some back pressure on the elevator. Keep that nose up a little bit. Let's get 10 degrees of flaps. Alright, we're on our runway. Here we go. Full power. Maintain that rudder for sending. We got back pressure on that elevator. Alright, that nose is up. It's going to hold it there. Hold that nose up. Hold it up. Alright, we're flying. Alright, push the nose forward. Maintain that ground effect. Get that airspeed up. Alright, let's climb out. And we are clear obstacle. Let's level off here. Get that airspeed back up. And we're better than 80, so let's go ahead and pull these flaps out. Let's climb up maybe 1,500 feet, and then we'll turn on course. I'm going to lift my left wing. That looks clear. And we're going to fly a heading of 152. We'll jump for this climb. We're going to climb up to 3,000 feet. That is our final cruise altitude. Galesburg traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is off of runway 21. We're departing the area to the southeast. Galesburg, last call. And we still have an approach online. Let's go ahead and grab flight following. Quad City approach, November 8033 Foxtrot.
Number 8033 Foxtrot, Quad City approach.
Good evening. We're type 172 slant Gulf, about 3 miles south of Galesburg, 2,300, climbing 3,000, direct to Sierra Lima, India. Looking for VFR flight following.
Number 8033 Foxtrot, squawk 4706.
4706, November 8033 Foxtrot.
Scott 33 Foxtrot, ready to contact 5 miles south of Galesburg, say altitude.
Current altitude 2,500 and position checks, November 33 Foxtrot.
Scott 33 Foxtrot, roger the Galesburg altimeter 2990.
9990, Scott 33 Foxtrot. I do want to thank everyone that came in and watched the Virtual USA Flying Club's first annual inaugural air show. And again, I want to give a big shout out to our Master of Ceremonies, Jeffrey B. Please go follow his Twitch channel at Jeffrey B on Twitch. A lot of great performances by a lot of great pilots today. Here we are, 3,000 feet. Let's level off here, trim for this. And double check our heading indicator to compass. Mr. Cessna, it's a pleasure that you stuck around for the entire stream.
Scout 330 Foxtrot, hate to cut it short, but Kansas City Center and St. Louis approach are closed. Radar service terminated. Squawk VFR, change to device frequency approved. Case.
Understood. Over to Unicom, and once again, thank you for your service this evening, and great job with the TFR. Frequency change approved for 3 Foxtrot. See ya. It was rather nice that we were able to get a TFR established for the event today. Okay, what's on our cruise checklist? Power, mixture, and instruments. Let's make sure we're good there. I am going to lean us out just a little bit. It's a bit warm. We don't want to foul out those old spark plugs in my old airplane. You can, with the right modeling, like the REP package, Reality Expansion Pack, it can simulate spark plug fouling. I am not using the REP model, so realistically, no, it can't happen in this model per se, but in my real airplane, it can most certainly happen, especially on a hot day. You're running full blast, full throttle. Okay, we're making a ground speed of 120 knots, indicating 125 miles per hour. So we do have that headwind. 120 knots would be closer to 140 miles per hour. And I agree 100%, Mr. Cessna, and that is why I kind of call it out like that. These are all things that I have to consider when I'm flying the real airplane. So I try to just kind of maintain that mindset in the simulator. We go through our checklist, we go through our flows, we do our pre-flight. Yep, absolutely. Smitty Papa, excellent performances today. You did a great job. I can't wait to go back and review, what it looked like, from the watching end of my performance. Thanks, John. I do appreciate that. Mr. Cessna, I'll get back to that in just a moment. John, you know, when I wasn't actually performing, I was watching and streaming Jeffrey's channel. So a lot of it was, you know, I was able to watch a lot of it. It was really kind of cool to spectate. Mr. Cessna, I will answer that question, although it's something I don't necessarily like to disclose all the time. But you need to keep in mind that I've bought and sold so many components and upgraded so many components over the years. So while granted I kept track of all of the expenditures, I didn't necessarily keep track of all of the return profit from selling some of the original stuff. Like, I started out with Cytec yokes and Cytec pedals, and then ended up going, you know, just over time upgrading to all virtual fly hardware once I decided to go FAA approved. So if I had to take a stab, a very educated guess, over the 10-year process, including, you know, computers, displays, $17,000 roughly. And that is correct, Mr. Cessna. I would be able to log up to 2.5 hours of time in this thing. More importantly, I would be able to, you know, allow other people to use it and log time as well to help get a return on some of that investment. If I wanted to or needed to reproduce it, knowing what I know, if I wanted to reproduce it, I could probably reproduce it for close to $13,000 or $14,000. JPC, welcome in, my friend. Thank you so much. It's a great fun doing that. Albeit a lot of practice, a lot of reading, a lot of training was involved prior to me actually doing that. Yeah, I was. I'm thankful that, you know, the spin recovery went well after our prop hang. You know, it was just a matter of time before we broke that. During that prop hang, you're essentially balancing a ball on a board. It's just a matter of time before we knife edged over. So luckily our recovery went well. Thank you, I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, and I agree there, John. You know, if I can rent it out for $50 an hour, which is still a lot cheaper than the other FAA BATDs that are around here, which the closest one is about an hour away. You know, so if I can rent it out to a lot of local pilots, you know, once I get that letter of authorization, then, you know, more power to me, I guess. Alright, a little bit of situational awareness. How we looking? RPM's good, oil pressure, oil temperature is good, suction's good. Let's go ahead and switch over to our left fuel tank right now. We are on good course. Airspeed is indicating 115 miles per hour, moving at 113 knots along the ground, so we are dealing with that headwind again still. Let's go to SLI. Is that where we're going to? Sierra, Lima, India. No, that's not where we're going. SPI. Abraham Lincoln, course 155. Okay. We drop a couple hundred feet. Let's get that trim back up there. It doesn't seem like it's holding us where it should be. Get about 65% power in right now. We've got good fuel flow. Low pressure oil temperatures in the green. What else we got on our cruise checklist? Power, mixture, and instruments. Okay, I think we're good. And while we are here in cruise, I am just going to go ahead over a couple of personal checklists, even though we probably should have done these before we take off, but it never helps for me to review them, especially with my impending check ride coming up. I will start with I'm safe, illnesses. I'm not feeling ill, I'm not taking any medications currently. I'm certainly not stressed. Actually, I had a really good day hanging out at Virtual USA Flying Club. I feel like I have a decent attitude. Certainly not fatigued at all. Back kind of full of adrenaline right now, and emotionally I think I'm doing all right. We've got about 46.4 nautical miles till we get to our final destination of Abe Lincoln. And remember runway 13 and 31 was closed per NOTAM. So we are working with we're working with 04 and 22. Scenery-wise, using ortho photos that I did with Ortho 4 XP, coupled with Global Forest version 2, coupled with Sim Heaven X America 3.0. And that's really about it. The combination of those three gives me anything that I want to see wherever. And I have ortho photo coverage across the United States. So one of the questions I get asked a lot is about my FPS, my frames per second. And what I do is I limit my frames per second externally to 30. I don't need any more than 30. A human eye really can't process any more than 30. Most of the videos you might watch on your phone are about 24 to 25 FPS. But by limiting it externally, it allows X-Plane to free up those resources to process the future frames, more quickly. as opposed to trying to process 60 or 70 frames per second. And when you get to a heavily populated area, that can sometimes bog it down. So by limiting it externally, it kind of maintains a good FPS as long as everything is running well. You know, when I'm flying for hours and hours, if it's a real ambient hot day outside, sometimes it gets pretty hot here in the office, and that tends to slow the CPU down. If you get a lot of cloud coverage, that tends to slow the CPU down. But on a decent scattered day, on a relatively cool ambient day, it does alright. And that's running one 4K up front and three 1080p's. So it's almost two 4K. I guess technically it would be two 4K if you count the 1080 GPS. Atlanta, Cleveland, and DC. Okay, so we're not going to benefit from any of those ATC services currently. So we're going to be on Unicom. And even though it is a Charlie, we're going to treat it as an uncontrolled field and make our traffic calls appropriately. I had to swap out my traditional artificial horizon with G5 here for the purposes of today's air show, because when we exceed 60 degrees of bank or excess of 100 degrees of climb or descent, it cages that instrument, rendering it inoperable. That's not something that we wanted during our maneuvers. But with these new modern, electrical instruments, that's no longer a limitation. So we did swap that out for today's event. And I would again like to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out today. Whether you're flying with me, whether you spectated in the Virtual USA Flying Club, or performed, thank you so much. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. You all mean a lot to me. If you are new to my channel, please feel free to go ahead and follow. I'd love to fly with you again sometime. That way you can get notified of our next flight. You know, the farthest I plan to go is get my instrument rating, I think. If I get a commercial rating, I think I would just have a rating that I wouldn't necessarily do anything with, and it would probably just cost me money just to have that rating. You know, I don't own a plane, so I can't really give anybody, rides, scenic rides, whatever the case may be. But I wouldn't mind getting that instrument rating once I finish. And honestly, it's going through the trainings gonna essentially be a formality, I think. You get so many thousands of hours doing instrument flying in a simulator, and you're focused on the instruments, even in the real aircraft. I've flown some instrument approaches locally that my CFI has a hard time doing. Some of the DME arcs, I really enjoy those DME arc approaches. You're constantly busy, and the shorter the arc, the more fun it is for me. If you're arcing 12 DME, you're making more adjustments than if you're arcing 19 DME. So I really enjoy those DME arcs. So yeah, I'm getting my private. It's something I set out to do. It's one of those legacy things. My grandpa was a pilot. Great grandpa was a pilot. Let's skip a generation. I actually started my training about 10 years ago. Then, after dealing with my decade of death, as I have called it, unfortunately, just had to take a break. I lost my mom first, and I lost my dad, and then I lost my daughter. So all that stuff kind of takes a toll. So I grounded myself for a long time. That's where that emotioning comes into play on your I'm safe checklist. But here I am 6 days away from my private pilot check ride. Okay, we're 25 nautical miles out. We will initiate a descent in about 15 miles or so. That's what I've really come to love about Twitch. And I really enjoy flying with the community. I really enjoy flying with you. I've become so accustomed to it that if I'm not streaming, I feel like I'm cheating on my Twitch community when I'm flying. As weird as that may be. It's the only time I'm really ever in this thing and not streaming live is if I'm doing a scenery test, and even then I'm just checking it out on the ground after I develop an airport. But even then, when I'm developing scenery, I'll usually be streaming that. Every donation, every subscription, every monetary value of income, as minute as it may be, that I receive through streaming on Twitch goes directly towards teen suicide prevention and awareness. Bush Outfitters, hello, welcome in, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Bush Outfitters flew in the Arkansas event with me last year, put on by the Pilot Club, which I think they're doing it again this year. Arkansas has already sent me the course layout and rules and regs.
Destination Natus is 127.65.
You met those guys at VATSIM Expo, Bush Outfitters? Which guys? Were they there? I didn't know that. John Smith, welcome, or thank you so much for that subscription. I do greatly appreciate it. So much. Okay, so runway 04 and 22, winds are going to be coming out of the north, I believe. Let's see what we can get here.
Kilo, Sierra, Papa, India, airport information, Romeo 2227, Zulu, weather, wind 333 at 10, visibility 10, sky clear, temperature 24, dew point 16, altimeter 2988, advise on initial contact, you have information, Romeo.
988. There were two of them that came up to me.
Kilo, Sierra, Papa, India, airport information, Romeo 2227, Zulu, weather, wind 333 at 10, visibility 10, sky clear, temperature 24,
333 at 10. 333 at 10. So we are going to be taking. We'll be landing runway 4. So we've got Charlie out of Arkansas, and then there is Rusty Coonfield out of Arkansas, John Young, one of the Arkansas guys. And so I'm not sure who you might have talked to. And Mr. Cessna, the weather information I just pulled is coming from Active Sky, which is running on a network computer connected to my X-Plane 12 here. Okay. Abe Lincoln. Not Abe Lincoln, Abe Lincoln. Pattern altitude is going to be 1,600 feet. Field elevation. Field elevation is going to be 600 feet, and
Last Charlie, 5.3 miles.
It is going to be left traffic. How are we going to enter this? Runway 04, it's going to be our runway. Great. We'll be set up for a descent 45 degree to a left downwind, runway 4. We'll make our first call about 10 miles out. And I'm just going to initiate a slow descent down to maybe 2,000 feet right now. Pull my power back, put my carb heat on. Anytime we're out of that green arc, I need my carb heat on. And we'll trim for this descent for about 500 feet per minute. Yep, you had some pretty decent run times last year. Once I get my check ride knocked out, I'm going to start updating Arkansas for X-Plane 12. Then come October, I'm hosting an event with the Virtual USA Flying Club. It's a fly-in style event to a local airport where I live in Central Ohio. Identifiers 3 Oscar Hotel 7. So that should be a fun one. Hopefully I get a decent turnout for that. Is it easy making sceneries for airports? Once you have it, well, for X-Plane, and that's the only thing I can speak for is X-Plane. Once you have an understanding of how the World Editor works, it becomes fairly easy. If you've never done one before, I highly suggest looking at the tutorials that are available on YouTube by Jan Vogel, who I actually got the opportunity to meet down at FS Expo. But if you go to xplane.com or the Scenery Gateway main page there, it's got all those tutorials right up front. It's not overly difficult once you've done a couple of them. The bigger the airport, the more difficult it becomes. MSFS is what you have. Okay, so Bush Outfitters would actually be better equipped to answer that question because he does a lot of development for MSFS. I've seen some of his aircraft work, and repaints and stuff, and they're just absolutely phenomenal. But I imagine that the process isn't all that different. You probably get a top-down view and, place objects and things like that. Hey, Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, 10 miles northwest. Going to be making a 45 to join the left downwind. Runway 04, a full stop, Abe Lincoln. It's a rabbit hole that you can get lost in real quickly. But yeah, it is also fun to do. We're at 1,800 feet. We're going to hang out here until we get a bit closer. Pattern altitude is 1,500 feet, so we only need to lose about 300. Yep, and Bush Outfitter said it correctly. It can be very detail-oriented and time-consuming. The airport that we used, that the Virtual USA Flying Club used for their event today, I spent probably 12 hours redoing that one for the event, and it was just a Class Echo. It wasn't too overly large. Alright, I've got the airport environment in sight. And we want to be at pattern altitude by the time we grab that downwind. Let's just make sure we don't have anything pop up. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that nobody popped online before we landed at the Charlie here, but we're good. Traffic above 33,000 feet won't be a factor. If anybody wants to get their landing rate predictions in, now's a good time to do it. Exclamation point predict, minus sign, and then your rate. For a whole bunch of points that mean absolutely nothing, and you get to carry pride, not prize, for the rest of the day. Mr. Cessna 1, that's what I would recommend you do. I'm sure there's plenty of tutorials on YouTube pertaining to MSFS scenery development. Alright, let's pull that power back. Get that carpet on. Let's get down to 1600. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is on the 45 for left downwind 104, Abe Lincoln. Alright, there we are at pattern altitude 1600. Let's trim for this. You know what? We're gonna have to buzz the tower. We're gonna have to buzz the tower. Airport's currently uncontrolled. We have no overlying ATC coverage, so we're gonna buzz the tower. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, low approach, circling the tower, Abe Lincoln. Alright, our carpet is on. Let's get ready to dance with the rudder. So we're going to circle the tower and then reestablish ourselves on the downwind. Steep turn. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, left downwind, runway 04, full stop, Abe Lincoln. Beam the numbers, pull that power back to 1600. There's the white arc, give me flaps 10. Let's pitch for 80 miles per hour. Here's a 45. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, turning left base 04, full stop, Abe Lincoln. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 33 Foxtrot, left base, final approach, 04, full stop, Abe Lincoln. A little bit high in the glide slope. Oh, there it is. She just shifted. 2 red, 2 white. We're doing alright. Approach speed is 80 miles per hour. A little bit right of center line, but that's alright. We have plenty of time to fix this. It's still on the glide slope. Flaps 2, still on the glide slope. Okay, let's get ready to put our wind correction in. Let's hit that rudder, straighten our plane, put that left main down first. Whoop. Wind correction, not enough wind correction. Too much rudder. That is the one thing I don't necessarily like about. I think there's too much nose wheel deflection with the rudder. So we have rudder in for our wind correction to straighten our plane. But as soon as that nose wheel touches, it kind of jars us all the way over because it's tied with a bungee to the rudder. But I think it's tied too much. All right, where can we? You know what? That foxtrot ramp is just calling my name. Flaps up.
Approaching runway 1331.
Okay, so we'll just
runway 1331.
We'll just roll all the way down to Echo. No, we'll take Bravo. Let's cross this line and clean up our cockpit for a bit. Make sure our tail is all the way across, and it is. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is clear runway 04, Abe Lincoln. Yep, Brian, since you played with us last, there's our fourth screen behind us. So we've now got 360 degree of view. Okay, flaps are up, strobes are off. Damn it, I forgot to verbalize my gumps again. Gotta get in a better habit of that. Okay. Strobes off. Pitot heat we didn't need. Let's get our car paint off. Get my fuel on the boat. Yes, and I do it in my head, I need to call it out loud, especially with the DPE that's going to be sitting right beside me. And yes, Brian, I've also got my air vents functioning. So I need to be kind of careful where we put that air vent in relationship to our microphone and boom. Okay, alright. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is taxiing to the ramp via Bravo. Well, closed runway, I guess, and then Echo. What is this? Runway 3618. What is this? Alright, I just want to look at something here. I'm showing a closed runway. Huh, so that must just be recently closed. Because, I say that because satellite imagery is still showing it as a runway, but our FAA diagram, which is going to be more up to date, has that runway closed. So I might have to put this on my never-ending list of airports to come in and redo. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's not a taxiway, it's a closed runway. And even with those X's there, you know, technically I shouldn't even be taxiing on it because it's not technically a taxiway. But say la vie. We're here anyway. And that's exactly what I did, Bush Outfitters, although it's not a window AC unit, it's just a big blower fan that I have sitting on top of the cabin, but it works just fine. Definitely helps out with the temperatures in here. Right. Abe Lincoln traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is at the clear of 04 and at the Foxtrot ramp, Abe Lincoln. Alright, let's go ahead, let's see. After landing, did that. Landing lights off. Taxi light, okay. Mixture's gonna go to lean. Avionics off. Mags, master off. And G5's going down. Okay. Bob Valkyrie, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Good job yourself. I'm glad you stuck it out there. I'm excited to review Jeffrey's stream, kind of see what my performance looked like from the outside view. Yeah, let's head back to the FBO, chit chat for just a minute, and then we'll say goodnight.
Well, what a day. What an absolutely phenomenal day. And we've been going for quite some time. We started about 1:30 today, departing out of Peoria, Illinois, and flew up to meet the Virtual USA Flying Club at Galesburg for our first annual air show. And we had about 15 performers. Everyone did an amazing job. There was some little bit of VATSIM glitches with the X-Pilot, but overall Jeffrey B on Twitch did an amazing job handling the Master of Ceremonies position, and amazing job with his custom modeling and CSLs, so that the aircraft were actually rendered properly. And he even provided the CSL models beforehand, so I was able to get those loaded up so that when we were flying on the ramp, we could actually see the aircraft rendered correctly as well. So it's an absolutely amazing time. Great performances by everyone involved. And then we did that group photo, and then departed back out of Galesburg, grabbed flight following for as long as we could, and ended up coming down to Abe Lincoln. So technically 3 new airports today that I can add to the books: Peoria, Abe Lincoln, and Galesburg. I developed Galesburg for X-Plane 12, but today was the first time I actually flew it. So there's 3 airports that I can add there. I do want to give out some thank yous. Starting with New George XCI, who came in with a new follow this afternoon, and then cleared contact with a new follow. Wismark came in with a new follow. Vasilis Maximus came in with a new follow. Mustafa came in with a new follow as well. Jeffrey Beckers with that resubscription for 5 months in a row. Thank you so much, Jeffrey B. And Smitty Papa with a new subscription to the channel as well. Your continued support. The continued support means a lot. It really does. Sorry, I was getting teary-eyed there for a minute. So I think that's it for today. Taking a break tomorrow, Monday night. I'm not sure what we're going to get into. It's just going to be GA something or another. Finbar 367, thanks for coming in today and hanging out. Wintech, thank you so much. Bush Outfitters came in. Brian B. Ski came in. Mr. Cessna 1 hung out for the day. Always a pleasure. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. I gotta scroll back up here quite a ways. I just don't want to forget anybody. Hey Drippy came in, said hello. JPC, the founder of the Virtual USA Flying Club, did a great job putting on this event. Tio Pernis showed up. M. Stein came in, said hello. Melvin Leroy popped in. Tabletop Android popped in and said hi. Smokey77, first time chat. New to the channel, possibly popped in there. WestJet, one of my longest viewers, showed up and said hi. If I did miss anybody, I do apologize, but I think that covered most of it. Mustafa, first time chat, and a new follow again. Definitely a great day, definitely a great event. Long event, but still a great event. I think that's it. I don't really think that I have much else to discuss. As always, I do appreciate flying with each and every one of you. It's my pleasure. Until the next time, y'all take care of yourselves, take care of each other. That's important. My name's Michael, I was your pilot today, and I can't wait till our next adventure. So let's see who we can go and raid. Let's see. Tell you what, let's go say hi to... Let's go say hi to Sim Caesar. Surprisingly, he's got 50 viewers right now, which is actually the lowest view count of anybody that I'm following currently. So let's go raid Sim Caesar, say hi to him. If you can't stay for the stream, please just stay for the raid. And again, until our next flight, it was my pleasure. You all take care.